So, so pay it. So, and you, um, I think Mr. Mayor, how much that rental? What type of answer the fact from thinking after the investment? Thank you. Before through your previous last 20 to those that $20,000 again refer to finance, but identify the income and um, the requirements, there was requirements in order to receive those funds. So it indefinitely making sure that the funds were owed and that the person was qualified financially low income households to regularly receive those funds. From your standpoint, what would be the advantages of keeping the money in the city and administering the program again versus becoming a partner with Mr. Manny's? For you, Madam Mayor, I think that either option would work well for the city. I definitely had some questions that I would like to see answered in terms of, are the residents of the city of Lauderdale Lakes already eligible to receive legal aid? Because I would think that they would be. And then if not, is there something different about this program that allows them additional assistance? That was one of the things that I wasn't able to clarify. And so if that be the case, that they can receive that legal aid, and then how many households we would be able to help? Because it sounds as though Mr. Manning's program, being that it is collaborative, may have an ability to help more.
You, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor.
Madam Vice Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Angel, that was the question. I think everyone in Broward County can go through legal aid based on what's happening. What I would prefer, we had rental assistance. There is no money now. I would prefer us to put our own money back in, if we can find money in the budget, put it right back here into our own funds, so that we would make sure that it's only people that live in Lauderdale Lakes who would have been qualified. I would like that Ms. Barton, who's listening, and since she's the person in charge of budgeting, that if we are going to do something like that, then we will do it in-house.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The difference with the program is that they help with the legal aspect. Because when a person is being evicted, we are not helping them. Once it reaches the courts and they need to put the money in the registry, you guys are not helping with that. And that process goes very, very quickly. And then they're homeless. So that's where the legal aid component comes in, to help them, prevent them from going through, and they're going through the process right now. The attorneys are there to help them negotiate, and maybe, because we don't even negotiate. If they owe $10,000, do we call the landlord and try to make it be less money that you pay less? Either.
Madam Mayor, I do not believe that we did any negotiation process, just identifying eligibility as well as how much they were needed to stay in the home.
Right, so I think thank you, Madam Mayor. So with this program, they have the legal component, which is very important. And you can't afford an attorney, and they're going through the process. So that's where that part will differ. So I think it would work if we could have our program here if we want. And if we have someone come to us that in the process of eviction and you can't help, then that's where they come. Yes. Commissioner Harris.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I feel like doing it in-house would be a okay thing for us. And I think we can do that and still partner with legal aid as far as with the legal aspect. I also feel like we don't really have enough information right now. I think we should speak with legal aid to see what they can and can't do. But I think right now the gentleman, his role that he plays is just to kind of sponsor the operation. So questions we might have for him, he's not equipped to best answer the questions. I think kind of shows the answers are kind of vague. So I think having legal aid to answer these questions will help us get a better picture of who qualifies, what are the nuances. But I'm totally in fan of using taxpayer money of city dollars to fund a rental assistance program. I know people personally who benefited from that, and it really helped them. And that should be a priority of the city already. I'm finished, yes, thank you.
Wouldn't the applicants who qualify for the program also be eligible to go to legal aid
Yes.
to seek that type of assistance?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's my experience throughout any cities I've ever worked or lived in, you definitely have an opportunity to go to legal aid when you are being evicted or
some type of landlord and renter assistance program is in place to handle those issues. Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, we have Chaplain Bessie Dennis, who has her hand up for this item online.
Chaplain Dennis? Yes, we can. Thank you, Chief. Commissioner.
Um, I would suggest the city wants to do something for rental assistance. Maybe we gotta draft something that kind of looks like how we can use our funds for rental assistance. I think if we want to take a look, going after rental assistance, we can do that as a city, you know?
Ms. Tanya, we already have a blueprint for that, our previous program. Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we do have a blueprint from our previous program. And we do have the resources in the Development Services Department to support that activity.
Madam Mayor,
Commissioner Harrison.
through you, can we ask our next workshop to bring forward something?
Ms. Tanya. Through you, Madam Mayor, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tanya.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, item number 5C, discussion regarding the contract to all county staffing inc. for the city's procurement code, section 82-358B, which allows sole and single source procurements. Ms. Bobby Williams will present this item. Through you, Madam Mayor.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, our city commissioner, city attorney, city manager, our clerk, our staff, and our audience. For the record, I am Bobby Williams, Director of Financial Services. And the first item that we do have for discussion on tonight's agenda is the discussion to consider a contract award with the County Staffing Incorporated as a single source award. And this type of service that the company provides is very near and dear to the city. As you know, they provide nursing services, specifically to our Alzheimer's Care Center. So currently, the city does have an agreement, a very small agreement with all county staffing, up to about $24,999 per year that we use their nurses for on-demand services. About a year ago or so, we expanded to provide in-home respite care to those clients that do serve in the city. So what has happened is the demand for services has grown so much, it's such a popular program, and the city does want to continue to provide that service. So when we determined that we're going to be out of compliance in terms of exhausting the authorization that we have been given the city manager's authority, at this point, we'll make a decision if we needed to go out to bid or if we needed to perhaps use a cooperative or piggyback. Well, discussing this sensitive situation with our Parks and Human Services Director, it was determined that we really want to keep the same company that we currently use for the relationships. Because we do not want to disrupt any of the program goals that this board has had, we would like to maintain a relationship with all county staffing. So right now, we're going to be asking to establish a formal agreement, up to $60,000 per year. If we don't need the service, we don't plan on using it. Keep in mind that we use it for both this respite care services as well as on-demand services for nurses. And so far, we've worked with All County for about a year or so now, and they provide nothing but excellent services to our clients. We've got great reviews from our clients. So we're hoping that you would support us to come back to you with an agreement with All County staffing as a single source.
Madam Mayor? Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know we have to discuss if we want them to come back with agreement. Is that correct, Madam Mayor? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, I was just making sure, sir. How many people on the respite program currently are subscribed to that program at this time?
You, Madam Mayor, I'd like to call the resident expert, Ms. Erica Lockett, who can provide a little bit more details on the actual program itself.
Ms. Erica. Good evening again, Protocol Established, Erica Lockett, Director of Parks and Human Services. Through you, Madam Mayor, for in facility, we have 28 clients. For in-home respite, we have 10 clients. So, the nurses come out and they provide services to they go out to the homes and provide, services to our in-home respite clients. They also come out, on an as-needed basis in facility. They provide, respite services when one of our staff is on vacation, especially our LPN. We have to have the LPN in the building at all times. We try to fluctuate with our CNAs, however things happen, and we have to call them agents.
With this additional, or with this 60,000 that we're assuming we invest, how much more people will be able to serve?
With the 60,000, probably about maybe 6 clients. So in total, we'll have 6 additional clients.
That's 33, Madam Mayor. That's if we use the full 60,000?
Yes, we can take it to 6 additional clients. We don't plan on using that, but we ask for that just to have some cushion, so we won't have to come back to it.
When we say this program is popular and we need to bring in more people, do we have a demand of only 6 people out there?
Well, through you, Madam Mayor, we are licensed to serve 48 in facility and as many as we can handle in-home respite. We get money from the state, and we have to utilize that funding, or we will not get the funding. It's more than likely we won't get the funding again. So what we try to do is spend out as much as possible. So put it in context, for in-home respite, we had about $62,000. And what we try to do, we try to offer it to our clients first before we go out and pull from the list from area-wide ADRC.
Thank you. But what I was asking was, if we assess that there's a demand, did that demand reach only 6 people? Is that the number of demand that's out there? How big is the demand? But this can only cover 6 people. Maybe we gotta invest another 60,000 to slot it. So what's the amount of the demand that's out there? Because we just stopping at 6, that may not meet the demand.
We're stopping at 6 because that's the amount of people we can take with the amount of funding we have. So the 6 additional would be 16 in-home respite plus our 18 in facility respite.
I'm satisfied with it. I didn't even know that you did in-house respite.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I in health feel I would give all the money to the respite for the caregivers because it's so needed to give a pause to those in home that, go through the process of caregiving. So thank you for the services to caregivers. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's a great program and all for doing the funding. Thank you.
Madam Chair, sorry. I just want to say for the record, I think it's a great program too, and I'm all in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amen.
Item number 5D, discussion regarding securing additional resources moving forward with the establishment of a committee that will spearhead the effort of establishing a chamber of commerce.
Protocol already established. For the record, Fielka Buchanan, Economic Development Manager. The item is related to the efforts spearheaded by the Economic Development Advisory Board, as our acting city manager alluded, in fostering establishment of a Chamber of Commerce here in Lauderdale Lakes. Madam Mayor and Commission, you will remember on May 14, the Economic Development Advisory Board hosted a meet and greet and grow gathering, which was the first initiative created to strengthen connections with local businesses. At the event, board members highlighted the advantage of establishing a local chamber of commerce, outlined the incorporation of the process, and encouraged business owners to get involved. Nearly 43 businesses, including guests, were attended in the event, expressing their interest in supporting these efforts. So in the audience, I have a member of the Economic Development Advisory Board, Mr. Patrick Green, that he wants to inform and give information about moving forward with the efforts of the chamber and the resources that will be given.
Commissioners, city manager, attorney, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening and thank you very much for coming to this evening. I'm feeling extremely excited. Around a year ago, I asked the question, why is it that out of 8 cities within our vicinity, Lauderdale Lakes is the only one without, which is an engine of growth for every single city life. And so I became part of the board and trying to push getting a change across the city. The excitement that took place around a month ago, Madam Mayor, I'm really excited by that. As was mentioned, there were around 40 persons in attendance, and they were filled with enthusiasm to be able to get this thing going. The questions that they want to know is, how are we going to make sure that the business community can provide and produce so that the city, the government, and the people can benefit from a really good function in the business community. Since that meeting last month, we have created a WhatsApp group. We currently have around 26 members inside there. Our next function is going to be a get together of those members, total group members, where we will start to look at creating the structure for the chamber. It's going to be looking at the bylaws that we currently have and make sure that we can adopt it and move forward. It is going to be registering the organization as well to make sure that we're fully functional in that area. We will also put together an interim board that will function for the time being until we are able to get together and officially have an elected board to be able to drive some of the functions that we are going to do. A few things that we need in terms of resources. So to get things kick off, we would need to register. So we are looking for some funding or some help in that regard. We would definitely need to put together a function on the website to be able to pass on information. As you can imagine, Madam Mayor, because we do function on board or committees to be able to help us through this, a lot of the things that are going to be done will have to be automated. So providing information is going to be one such thing. And so having a website is going to be very useful in that. So that becomes kind of the first thing that we want to do after establishing a new board, interim board, and then put together some committees. In conversation with some of the persons who were in attendance last month, they're pretty excited to get on the interim board, start working, and start getting the 700 or so businesses in our community start becoming a part of this. We want to unify and to empower the business community so that the city can do better, our residents can do better, our business can flourish. But as I've said time and time again, when our businesses flourish, what happens is that the spillover that takes place for the city in terms of taxes allows the government to be able to give back to the community in more ways than they spend, making sure that the infrastructure is there for our residents. So I want to bring some numbers to see what is it that we'll be looking forward to in terms from the commission. But what I want to do is, because we're having that meeting on the 25th, I love working at democracy. And so I want to have that discussion at that point to see where we need to go in terms of the numbers or what we will request from the commissioners help us in that regard. Of course, because it's a business community, we will get some of the resources from businesses. Already persons have given their cases so that we can meet there in interim. There are at least 3 businesses who have said to us, if you need to have a meeting, come there and have the meeting. And we do know that even though the city has some locations, some of the times those locations are very hard to get because the city has so many other events that are happening there. So the business community or those who attended that meeting, they're very excited. They're ready. I'm ready to kind of, take this forward. And I really hope that the commission is ready to embark on this. We have not had Chamber of Commerce discussion for a very long time. Today, that is going to change. And with your help and support of the commission, of course, the citizens of the community, I think we are going to embark on something that is going to be so beneficial and so beautiful. I think it works.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, I appreciate that, my colleague. Thank you, Mr. Green, for giving that elaborate articulating so well. But I still did not hear in terms of monetary wise, what you would require from the chain, the commission, what you would require, because, I hope that something would have come to us and saying, I heard you say to register, website, what are we looking at? $1,000, $3,000? What are we looking at?
We're looking at $4,500 based on the numbers that I calculated. That would give us a good functioning website. It will allow us to do the registration process. It will allow us to also have a large event where we can get more businesses together in one place, and I get the thing kick off. Making sure that the publicity is there as well as so we do some stuff on Facebook and whatever we need to do to get that. Those are the kind of numbers that we're paying.
Thank you. So this is just being put out there in the air. Can we have it itemized?
I will definitely supply.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, Madam Mayor, I wanted to ask the city attorney a question. I know Mr. Green mentioned about this committee meeting that he's looking to form. Will this be sunshine?
It is a meeting of individuals who are not part of an advisory board, but I understand the concept of the Chamber of Commerce would be a not-for-profit entity. Posing the membership or the board members of this effective organization, there would be no sunshine, at least based on your.
Yes, Madam, Mr. Green, I'm always in support of the chamber. You know this. I like the idea of the city partnering with the chamber. I just wanted to say something to remind the colleagues that the proposal is that this chamber will not be a city program. This is not a city chamber of commerce. That's what the proposal is. So we have to be mindful to what extent we're resourcing something that doesn't really belong to us. So we can support the chamber. I think what Mr. Green is asking for is a website, money for space. I think there's some things we can do, but we have to kind of not fall into fully being responsible for a chamber that is not even ours. There's business people a part of the chamber that could sponsor as well. There's nothing stopping Mr. Green from coming back again asking for more money, which is okay, because I want to be in support of the chamber. I'm in support of it. But just some perspective there that the chamber is being proposed to be separate from the city, which I do agree with as well. Maybe we can help sponsor, some meeting space. There can be a partnership there, but I think if we lose perspective on where we are versus the chamber, we might get lulled into thinking, oh, the chamber is a city chamber. We have to do that, and really we don't. Because it's not sunshine. So if you put so much government money into something that's not sunshine, have you guys had meetings already?
So the get together meeting we had last month was the first official launch that we had. The next meeting on the 25th is where we're going to sit down and really kind of put stuff together in terms of structure. And if I may answer your question about involvement with the city. So this is not a city functionary organization. What I know from experiences in speaking with some of the other chambers of commerce board members from the cities is that the cities in the initial stages, they were able to provide some kind of support. In fact, I had a conversation this morning with someone from another chamber who said that one of the things that the city does is that the city becomes one of the sponsors. So you have a list of membership. The city will sponsor something to the chamber, and that is how they get involved. My perspective is that this benefits the city probably more than some of the businesses because of what can come out of this. So I believe the city has to see this as an investment for now and for the future. I understand the sunshine laws and you don't want to mix both, but if the city can find a way to get involved without jeopardizing that, it has to be seen as an investment, just like how you invest in other things in the city. That's kind of where I would love for us to think about how we are going to be.
I'm right there with you, Patrick. I agree. I think in the initial stages, the city should be involved. I think there should be a relationship there. My concern is that if we're not clear about the perspective of what's going on, we're going to be investing in something a little, I hate to say too much, but we're going to be treating something as if it's a city arm, an arm of the city, which it isn't. The meet and greet and grow was an EDAB event used by city resources, promoted by the city. So that wasn't a chamber event. It was an event for the chamber, for the formation of a chamber of commerce. But that EDAB that meet and greet was an EDAB event. It was a city event. My question to Mr. Green was, you mentioned there's 26 members of Westside Group. Have you guys had formal meetings already up to this point?
What I've said before, Commissioner, is that the meet and greet was the first incident that we got together. The second one is going to be on June 25th. So that is when we're going to try and flesh out structure, operation and stuff, and so to even move forward. So to answer your question, no, for the next time we're going to get together is going to be on June 25th.
Okay. So the group that you have with these members, 26. You guys have not had a meeting, formal meeting as of yet.
We haven't.
Okay.
Is it going to be a for-profit or is not for profit?
Well, what?
It's not, I don't know.
Not there, right? What we will do, before deciding on registration is we will, have that discussion on those persons that are going to be. What we will do, choose the best option that will benefit the organization as well as the business. So to answer your question, I'm not quite sure if it is going to be a profit. I do know that there are chambers that are for profit, and I do know that there are chambers that are also for profit.
Thank you. I just want to say again, I am in support of the chamber. All right, and I am. You know this, Patrick, but also I want to also say you're gonna hear me bring up every time again. It's separate from the city, and the reason why is not to hinder. But I actually believe that if this chamber is separate from the city, we can do more. I believe in that. But that also says we have work to do. You have to go back to these investors who's investing in the chamber and ask them for help before you come to us. I think you have to utilize those. They're business people. They own businesses. They're more than just giving space. They can sponsor, my brother, they can sponsor a website. You talk about other cities. Look what the other investors are doing in their chambers. They're doing everything you're asking us for. So we are not here to just knock on the door. We give research every single time. We want to help in the initial stages. I believe we will. I can fight for that. But I'm going to bring it up every time. We are separate. We are separate. Administrative stuff going on, they have to know, go through this chamber. People have a complaint, not come to City Hall, go through the chamber. But if we just keep supplying it, people are going to ask, well, my taxpayer dollars are going to this every single time. So, we have to maintain the perspective that, I believe, we got to hustle some more and talk to these business owners and put some skin in the game from them.
It's to first to confuse the issue of where the chamber lies and where the city lies. We do know that they have to separate entities for government purposes. My presence here today is not to say the city should take over the road. In fact, I can say this, that as part of the PIDA board, if I'm going to come involved with the chamber, I'm going to have to design a regulation for the PIDA board. And I prefer to do that. Because as I said to you a year ago when I thought about this, I'm wondering why everything happened. So I'm prepared to move away from the government and say, hey, listen, this is a private entity that we want to run. I'm going to go back and say, though, that there are instances where the cities have helped in the early stages, get it off the ground, and then they're all functioning by themselves. And that's kind of really what we're looking for here. I was at a meeting at Lauderdale last month. The Chamber of Commerce was there seeking funding for their operations. So I do know that cities do help the chambers in different ways. But my question then is, Madam Mayor, is how can the city help? What can the city do to help us at this point then to be able to move to the next level that we want to get?
Thank you. That's a great question. I think what should happen, I'm just speaking for myself, but I think you should come up with this itemized list, as my colleague mentioned, and come back to us and say, listen, Commission, this is what we've decided to put up. Can you help match this? Can you work with us on this? Something reasonable, but I'm just saying it has to be a partnership. It has to be in the early stages right now, we have to, like in a relationship, kind of set boundaries, So I believe we should help in these early stages. I think the city is willing to help. We already talked about providing city spaces. Publicly, we talked about that, so that's one. Paying for a website, that's a lot of money. To be honest, our own website isn't even completely up. We can build the Chamber of Commerce. There's a lot of things going on, so I just want to make sure that this isn't seen as we're back for our monthly allowance from the city.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very far from that.
Thank you.
It's very far from that. I want to leave your fears aside. commissioners, if that thought process is lingering in your mind, that we would consider the city as a ATM machine or an ATM, where we withdraw money on take care of operations. There are nearly 700 businesses that exist in the city. I am pretty sure that we can find some resources as we become a little bit more mature in taking over the entire operation of what we need to do. And so that is where we're going. We are just wondering whether or not the city will be able to help us just get off the ground, right? So we're at the baby stage right now. We probably need a learning wheel, a training wheel to kind of get on. Once we get that, we're good to go. In the end, this has some tremendous benefit for the city, and I don't think anybody will doubt that. And so what we're actually has to go beyond private space. I just said a while ago that we have 3 members who are willing to give us space to be able to meet. So our meeting space is not considered something that is tangible enough to be able to get us off those training wheels. We will also get funding or sources or resources from the members of the community to be able to help us move forward. But we're at that delicate stage, and we need to kind of get some things. And people, when they start to see something positive starts happening, then they will start believing it, part of this forward. Say, you know, goodbye to the city, we love you, we appreciate you, we're on our own now, let's go ahead and meet the city. That's what we're doing.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. Mr. Green, and I still stand with it, and I heard my colleague was in agreement in terms of, you know, bringing back to us itemized so that we can agree to disagree or whatever we need to do in order to assist or not assist to move you forward. Because it is exciting. It really is exciting to see what is happening and to it reaching this point now, you know, of where it is. And thank you for your service with that.
Sorry, Commissioner McAvoy. Go ahead. A question I asked was, what do you think about collaborating with Lauderdale Chamber of Commerce and combining it together with Lauderdale?
Well, thank you very much to you, Mayor. That is a discussion that we could have. I mean, I don't get to make that decision myself, but it is a discussion that we could have. I do know that there are some cities that have collaborated, and it's running their operation, right? I do not know if this is something that Lauderdale would be opposed to or agreement with. That is something we have to have with them as well. I just kind of see, because at the end of the day, what we need is we need to have Lauderdale business community functioning prosperously, and we feel that a Chamber of Commerce that sits in Lauderdale would probably do more good at that level. That's kind of where I'm looking at. But I personally am open to anything that will achieve that goal. So if it needs collaborating with another city to really get this done, I'm all in for it. At the end of the day, our business community. That's the most.
Mr. Green, after your meeting on the 25th with your 26, not in the work, but with the 26 members, after you have your organizational meeting, you all discuss your goals, where you want to go, then I think we certainly would be interested in hearing that so we can have some type of timeline, information, and then we may have a clearer picture of possibly what the city can do.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Vale, anything else? Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Vale.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, item number 5E, discussion regarding the process and procedure for hiring a new city manager. This item is sponsored by Mayor Phillips.
Thank you so very much. As you know, we have have embarked on the process of hiring a new city manager. At our last meeting, we did give our financial services department the go-ahead to start on that procedure. So Madam Manager, Ms. Bobby will give that. It's not a directive from me, I'm asking you. Yes, Madam Mayor, Ms. Williams, if you'll proceed. Thank you. Ms.
Once again,
Williams.
the protocol has been established, but for the record, I'm Bob Williams, once again, the Director of Financial Services. So as you know, Madam Mayor, this is one of the most important decisions that at our May 27th workshop, Commission did give the three-to-one consensus to city staff to move ahead with the preparation of this huge task. So one of the tasks that we committed to at the last workshop was to bring back to you the company's list of different firms that would be interested in being our executive firm for hire. We had several contracts in hand, but it was very difficult to take about 50 contracts to figure out which contracts to bring forward to the commission to actually review and make a decision upon. But one of the things that we did do was prepare a solicitation or request for proposal. And we have posted it on our platform.
I was asking you to come a little bit closer to the mic.
Okay, we have posted it on our e-platform, which is demandstar.com, and a copy of the complete solicitation is also part of your packet. So what we would like to do is, of course, get your direction and make sure we certainly understand some of the requirements or needs that you have for this particular firm. So as a part of the packet, we prepared a scope to find the firm. I just want to read the scope really quickly for the purposes of the audience, but also to go over the timeline to make sure that you agree with the scope and you agree with the timeline. So the scope that we did put together for the executive firm reads as such. Well, the city manager serves as the chief administrative officer appointed by the city commission and is responsible for the daily operations of city government, policy implementation, and long-term strategic planning. We are seeking a seasoned leader who can foster a high-performance organizational culture, engage effectively with the community, and lead with transparency, vision, and integrity. The scope of services requested by a particular firm, the selected firm will be expected to provide comprehensive search services, including, but not limited to, consultation with elected officials and stakeholders to define candidate profile. At our last meeting, we did talk about having the executive firm to meet with you either at a meeting or one-on-one, but also to address the community. Development of a position description and recruitment strategy based upon your requirements and your needs and your wants. Be proactive with identifying candidates in the screening process. Interview coordination and background reference checks. This will be like an initial interview with the candidates to make sure that they are presenting to quality seasoned applicants. And also to assistance with final negotiations, onboarding, and the transition support. In terms of the timeline that we have established, it's a part of your packet, and again, we can adjust the scope as you so wish, but also to adjust the timeline as you desire. So on June 3rd, we did issue the request for proposal, or sometimes we call solicitation. This was broadcast to over 800 suppliers, firms, vendors, contractors, consultants. As of today, which is June 9th, of course, we're here presenting the updates that we've had, and we have 20 plan holders. So what a plan holder is just someone who we provided the solicitation to, and they downloaded it, like they have it in their possession, like they are interested. And that's a fantastic thing that we have 20 already. It's just June 9th, I'm sorry. On June 20th, this is the last day that any of the plan holders, if they have questions or concerns, they need to reach out to city staff for assistance. On June 23rd, which is our next city commission workshop, we'll come back to the commission and make sure that if you provided any adjustments tonight, you know they've been corrected and included in the addendum for the solicitation. And also too, we will advise of any new plan holders. On Tuesday, July 2nd, we will publicly open the proposals that we have Currently, it is a completely sealed process, so along the way, I'm not able to see anyone who's submitting a proposal until the actual day and time of the, sometimes we call it closing, sometimes we call it opening. And of course, the city staff does quite a few things with the review, depending on if it's an individual or a firm. There are some responsiveness checks that we have to go through. There are several required forms that vendors do have to submit. So we go through a process of making sure, one, they're authorized to do business in the the state of Florida, excuse me, but also two, they've complied with all of the requirements that we've set forth in the solicitation. On September 8th, we're hoping to, July 22nd, we're hoping to provide you with a list or a short list of the proposals. Depending on how many we do get, we may need to come back to you to talk about what extra step may mean to the commission. If we only have a few, we can provide everything to you, but if we were to get 20 companies, I'm pretty sure you would want us to go through a vetting process to only bring you maybe half of that amount, or maybe 3 to 5. On September 8th, we're hopefully, based upon the short list, based upon the processes that we're going to go through, we can do some presentations of the final few firms that are interested in doing business with the city. And although it says for September 23rd, goldenrod, that's a scrivener's error, because there's a lot of time between September 8th and September 23rd to award a firm. Now, once the firm is awarded, they'll begin another process, working directly with you one-on-one or at the meetings and with the community to start that new process of figuring out what the requirements are for city manager, what the needs and what the wants are of the community. So at this time, are there any questions or concerns?
Madam Mayor.
Just one quick question.
Madam Vice Mayor.
Madam Mayor, Ms. Bobby, you said something about 20 or 25?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we have 20 plan holders.
20.
20.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Thomas. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Bobby, I do recall, looking at, the backup previously, and I did speak to the acting city manager, that it was agreed upon that we would have recommendation from the ICMA to also work along with us. And that was in the initial stage. So if we could have that as well, my colleague was in agreement with it, that was what was established in the beginning through this process.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we currently have not been assigned a senior advisor based upon our last meeting. However, it's not too late to go back and request an advisor to help us along the way to make sure that you feel comfortable with the process and also comfortable with the secondary process once you work the firm.
Thank you for your presentation, Bobby. I'm looking here in the backup, and it's saying that the estimated cost is going to be $35,000 to $50,000.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, that is correct. We do have pricing as a part of a criteria, so we'll know upfront what each of the firms are going to propose in terms of the pricing point.
The section for scope of services, 5 items. Consultation with us, elected officials and stakeholders to define a candidate profile. What will fall under the definition of stakeholder?
To you, Madam Mayor, that's a great question. Stakeholders can be your constituents. The stakeholders can be the staff. Stakeholders can be the community representatives. You have to define what that stakeholder means to the city. Once we get that executive report, they're going to be asking you what's important to you. Do you care about what constituents say? Do you care about what your residents and business community say? So we'll be going through that process of getting or the firm will be getting to know you a little bit better to understand what stakeholders need.
Here it says also development of a position description. It says and recruitment strategy. I know that's what we're hired for the recruitment part, but are they also going to write the description of the position of the city manager?
You, Madam Mayor, along with your assistant.
Can you take that out to where we do that and not them?
You, Madam Mayor, we're going to be paying them to provide a service. So they're gonna be doing recruitment on your behalf. But if you so choose to write their own scope, I'm pretty sure they will accept it, but they're gonna be recruiting on your behalf.
I'm sorry, Madam. I just want to run it by my colleague. Is there any issue with us creating our own scope for our city manager?
Commissioner Master Williams, we are gonna be creating our own, it's just because they're gonna interview each of us, and we're both gonna give our opinion and our thoughts, and they're going to put it together. So it's, we technically going to be creating our own, it's just that we're gonna do the talking and they can create it.
I agree with that. I'm okay with that. That's just not what it says here. It says in the back of, the scope of services that we're paying them for is to develop a position description. I agree with what you're saying. I want it to be that way. That's how I'm thinking, but that's not what it says on paper. So if they went out and did it and didn't consult with us, we couldn't say nothing. So I'm just saying, can we strike that out?
Madam Mayor, if you read the first bullet, it says consultation with elected officials and stakeholders to define candidate profile. So you're gonna be meeting with this firm, whether it's one person, a team of folks, to do exactly as you identified, Commissioner Maxwell Williams, in terms of you tell the firm what you're looking for. And collectively, they're gonna come back and say, either they're gonna work with you as a team or individually. If you work with them individually, it may take a little bit more time, but if we could be at commission meetings and we could both get community input, other stakeholder, but their input at one time, we can quickly consolidate everything to get it back to you for your final approval. They will not be recruiting without your input into the process.
Madam Mayor, colleagues, I don't want to negate the fact that we do have a charter, and to keep that in focus as well, to not create our own thing without looking at the charter.
I think whichever firm that we finally come up with to provide assistance to us, if they were to produce a description, we would not necessarily have to accept it. So that's where our input comes in.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the input will be coming in from the very beginning. And now that we know that we do want to go ahead and get the assistance of a senior advisor, it's just an advisor. They don't provide a lot of guidance, but they do advise to make sure you're comfortable with the process. They're going to be starting from day one, trying to define what is it that you want. And again, in terms of stakeholder involvement, stakeholder can mean a lot of things. And you can tell us what stakeholder means to you. If you don't care about what city staff says, we want to include city staff as a stakeholder. If you tell us you don't care what our business community says, business community input doesn't have to be a part of the process. But if you say, I want all of my constituents to know and understand about what we're needing, the constituent will be a stakeholder. So that process will be completely guided by you and of course our senior advisor, not by the firm. The firm may tell you what their experience is in terms of how the approach will look like, but you're going to be defining exactly what you're doing.
Ms. Bobby, as it relates to the senior advisor is assigned to us by ICMA. Who assigns us the senior advisor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. How the program works, and this is in theory, they have about 10 Florida representatives, and we reach out to the representatives that are in the state of Florida to ask for their guidance. There was one representative that previously worked for the city of Lauderdale about 25 years ago. So I was hoping to connect with him. These reach out to Creed to see who would be interested in assisting.
So I understand that ICMA will assign us. Okay, yeah.
Madam Mayor, that they're not assigning. What they do is provide a list of everybody who's a Florida representative. And we have to reach out to the individual with a request to see if they'll be willing to assist us.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, thank you. And so we will do the same thing as with the firm, put out a RFP for you, just call. What's that? How would you do that? Just for the ICMA.
To clarify, you mean when we get the proposals of the firms or?
No, ma'am, I'm still dealing with the ICMA.
Okay. So through you, Madam Mayor, I believe the question was, are we gonna have to go through a vetting process?
Yes.
Okay, so we do not have to. Again, there are about 10 representatives that represent the state of Florida. And I've given you a list of those names along with their bios. And if you have one in mind that you'd like us to reach out to, right away, we can. But internally, I was going to be working with the acting city manager to look at our list to see who could fit into our demographics or fit into what we think we're looking for. But if I could just clarify, for the record, Madam Mayor, none of them fit our demographics.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry, could you clarify that part and for our demographics?
Madam Mayor, none of them are,
Look like us, don't look like.
they don't look like us.
I got you.
Not one, but they are senior advisors with lots of experience in assisting governments with finding a city manager.
Okay.
So just a couple things before I take my seat. Just want to make sure, through you, Madam Mayor, that the scope is accepted and the timeline is also accepted.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, what's the timeline?
I can review the timeline once
If
again.
you can.
Madam Mayor.
Do you, Madam Mayor, so you can read the timeline?
Back to it, but go ahead.
So today, well, not today, but on June 3rd last week, we did issue the official or formal solicitation to 867 suppliers. Today, June 9th, we are providing an update, and as of today, we received 20 plan holders. And what that means is just 20 people or 20 firms downloaded our documents. On June 20th, which is a Friday, that will be the last day that anyone who's interested can reach out to the city to ask questions or get clarity on any of the information that's in the Tuesday, July 2nd, I'm sorry, I skipped June 23rd. That will be another workshop date when we will come to you just to let you know where we are with the process and how many plant holders we have. One of the items I said earlier was that we have a completely sealed process. So I won't be able to come to you and say we've received so many proposals already because it's a completely sealed process and I won't know the total count until the actual date and time the bids are opened. Okay, on July 2nd, this is the official date that sometimes we say responses or proposals that are going to be due in our e-platform, which is DemandStar. On July 22nd, we are hoping to bring to you either all of the proposals that we received with a summary or a short list of what we received. On September 8th, we're hoping to do presentations. Keep in mind that this step and the step before it will be guided by the number of responses we do receive. In terms of the final step in this particular process, we will be hoping to have you to make a recommendation for award and award on September 23rd.
Ms. Bobby, on your timeline for for the evaluation committee review, you have date and time to be due.
Through you, Madam Mayor, because we don't know how many proposals we may receive. So that's gonna guide like a process. If we receive 20 proposals, we know for sure that you aren't gonna wanna look at all 20 proposals. You will probably want a short list of who are the most qualified firms, with maybe a short summary of who those firms are. So we're hoping to do that process if we receive so many. But if we only receive a few, the evaluation or selection process will be due on September 8th.
Colleagues, are we in consensus of moving forward? I'm fine, madam.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bobby.
And just one last thing,
Yes, ma'am.
sorry, Matthew, Madam Mayor, keep in mind that this is a formal solicitation and it is posted on demandstar.com. Therefore, we are in a point of silence. At this time, a lot of firms, suppliers, vendors, consultants love to reach out to elected officials to say, hey, what you looking for, what you need. Please direct them to the acting city manager or myself. This is a very protected process through the state of Florida, and we don't want to engage in carpeting.
Bobby, I'm sure you know what a cone of silence is, but would you please explain what a cone of silence is for our residents and those who are listening?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The cone of silence is a period of time in which the only representatives that represent the city can provide information to proposals, suppliers, vendors, consultants. And this is done so that we provide standard information to everyone at the same time. So when we get questions from firms, vendors, suppliers, we provide a response via addendum that is published on our writing platform. Because the state of Florida will not allow us to provide impartial, for us to be impartial in our delivery in terms of evaluating or unfair when we are having separate discussions and giving someone else a fair, unfair advantage.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, item number 5F, discussion regarding the approval of the memorandum of understanding for the 2022 JAG grant program from the Broward Sheriff's Office in the amount of $23,773.13. And we have Bobby Williams that will present this item through you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Williams.
Thank you once again. For the record, Bobby Williams, Director of Financial Services. And this discussion item is to approve the city to move ahead with the memorandum of understanding for the city's award of the Justice Assistance Grant. Sometimes we refer to it as JAG. This is a JAG 23. Quite a few years ago, the city did approve the actual grant, but it has taken some time for BSO, who's our grant administrator, to actually put all the top leaders and all the pieces together. So we're finally at that point where we are having the MOU executed. One of the things I do want to clarify is that the gross amount of the grant is, excuse me, $25,568. Because this is a shared grant, there is an administrative charge. The BSO, who's our grant administrator, doesn't impose on the city, which is approximately 7%. So the net grant that I'm going to be receiving is $23,773. And I do have my big guns back here, Captain Phillips, who can provide more detail on exactly the police operations that this grant will cover. But at this time, we're going to give you your approval on moving ahead with submitting this as a resolution to accept the interview.
And Thomas, could you get Captain Phillips?
Sure. As Captain Phillips comes up to the dais, some of the operations that you have listed in terms of what the net amount of $23,773 is going to provide for the city is mostly overtime costs associated with crime reduction operations and other types of surveillance operations. With that being said, I will refer to Captain Phillips.
Protocol already established. This is something that we'll use to test out some of the more important issues regarding public safety. Some of the things we have going on within the city, we have a lot of complaints about speeding issues, and there are some matters with juveniles causing issues in some of the city parks, things of that nature. So we're using it to address some of those matters. So we got several grants in the process, and they're all being used for different services throughout the city. And I don't know if this is one of the specific ones with this particular one. However, that's typically what we use the grant, the JAG grants for. They're approved by you all.
Ms. Mayor, it's on you. You're now acting. Chair.
Yes, I am. Question for you.
You have a question, Madam President.
Okay, Captain Phillips, you're okay with the
Thank you.
answer? Thank you, Madam. The manager.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Item number 5.6, discussion regarding the procurement and installation of the playground system at Otis Gray Neighborhood Park in an amount not to exceed $249,804. And Miss, I believe, will you be presenting this, Bobby, or Ron Disbrunis? Ron, if you can come up and lead this item, please.
Once again, Bobby Williams for the record, protocol has been established. So, city will be hopefully discussing this item and, with your consensus, moving ahead with a resolution to approve the purchase and install of the playground system at our Otis Way Neighborhood Park, in an amount not to exceed $249,800. So we're going to be asking for an exception to policy, which allows cooperative purchasing. So as a part of your packet, you have a kind of a rendering, black and white rendering of some of the features that we are going to be receiving from the company, which is Game Time. And the actual estimate is $227,000. However, this is a really low park. Some of our the conversations we talked about, there were so many unsafe conditions that we had to actually demolish the equipment that was there back to 2024. Therefore, we don't know what the ground looks like. We don't know what the underground looks like. So we really like to have a contingency so that if any conditions present themselves that we just didn't know about, we'll already have the budget authorized to take care of those items. That being said, I do have Mr. Desbrones to provide any more detailed information about the actual playground system itself.
Mr. Desbrook?
Commissioners, Mr. City Attorney, and the audience, for the record, my name is Ron Desbrones, Public Works Director. Vice President, stated, the old playground was demolished back in March last year, and currently it's an empty space, and there's no other places for the kids to play. And the playground that we're supposed to replace is pretty much the same size. We try to keep it with the same footprint, because otherwise we'll have to move some trees, make it bigger, and also the cost as well. So it's pretty much going to have the same feature and a new feature compared to what we demolished. And those were coordinated with Parks Department to make sure that those are appropriate for all this great work. Yeah, that's.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Ron, I know it's gonna look beautiful once it's placed in. My big concern is that, and I've spoken to you about this before, is the area. You know, we're looking at the whole aesthetics of the park. And so we put in brand new equipment here, but headed towards 26 and 49, that area right there, what is being done in order to enhance the new stuff we're putting in? Do you know where I'm saying?
There's a portion of that, this is a portion of the park, it's like a natural preserve.
Right.
And but some of those large trees were kind of hanging over the fence, facing 49. I don't know if you drive lately, we cleaned that whole section. And also we are working to get a contractor to keep maintaining those invasive species, not just at Otis Gray, but also at Cypress Preserve, because we have the same problem there. But it's a nature preserve. We are limited in terms of how many trees we can take out, but we have to keep those invasive species under control, which we are trying to get a contractor to do so. And annually to complement what staff is doing in the house.
Thank you, Mr. Ron. Wouldn't it be, because I know we have a walk within the area that couldn't extend round to that area, that preserved area, could that be extended?
Actually, we have a grant, we have a further grant that we are working on right now. It's $400,000 from the further, with a balance of 200,000 from the city, which is 600,000, to replace the current walkway. We're not only gonna replace it, we're gonna make it wider, 9 feet wide, and I believe it's gonna extend further west, from the park.
Thank you. So with the new equipment going in, that area will not distract from the beauty that's being put in with the equipment. You've cleaned it up.
To Lauderdale, no. And also, even currently, we have some existing benches that's are not really sightly. We plan on removing those old benches as well. There will be new equipment, exercise station along the path. Because that park is really used by the community. You can see people walking all day to that park.
Thank you, Ron. My question is the makeup of the park, is that sand or is that gonna be the actual ground of the playground?
Currently sand, currently sand, we sand.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I disagree with the sand part. I think we should do similar to what we had at Trailhead, where there's some type of a rug or a platform. And the reason why is because right now there's a trend with parks. A lot of parks are no longer doing sand because that's like a big litter box for cats and stuff to come in and use. So I'm really against the sand part. And I'm hoping, if it's not too much of a trouble, I'm really hoping we can look at putting some type of a tarp or some type of a rug, thing, similar to Trailhead Park. Because the sand is just, I walked into places and people have gotten grant money just to get rid of the sand in certain parks because of the cat issue, and it's not really that sanitary. I don't know if you have any information that's different from that, but from my experience, that's what I've heard.
I'm doing my best. If this is the way of the polish, we can definitely get to that. And also, there's a cost, there's going to be a cost associated with changing the surface. Definitely, if it's the will of the commission, then we can get that possibility.
I was gonna say, is sand more cost effective? Is that usually how it works?
Do you remember, sand is there already, so there's no.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Gotcha, sorry.
Change it from sand to
There's something else.
That will
Yeah, I do, Madam Mayor. I just wanted my colleagues to consider that a lot of people are moving away from sand, specifically because of the sanitary issues. And I know parents that say, I don't bring my child to these playgrounds because there's sand. They're gonna run up and down in the sand and come home with, things. So there's something I'm gonna say. Any thoughts from you, Madam Mayor?
Your colleagues. Placing, directing or asking Mr. Ron to research placing sand with outdoor. But that's not the name.
Big surface, that's not bad, but.
Orbit surface, that's the word.
No, I'm all treating them in the area. We'll go see what the cost is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, item 5H, discussion regarding elevator modifications in certain city buildings. And Mr. Ron Brunis will be leading this item. Through you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Protocol established. Madam Mayor, the city owns and operate 2 elevator systems, with 2 facilities. One of them is at City Hall, and it was built in 1977. The other elevator is at the Resource Center across the street from City Hall, and that one was built in 1991. So the state of Florida currently upgraded the safety requirement for elevators. For anything that was built before 2000, they require some new safety measure to be implemented throughout those elevators. And we have until August 1st this year to comply. If we don't, we pretty much cannot be able to obtain a certificate of operation, which is required for any elevator throughout the state. There are some funds budgeted in this fiscal year in the amount of $300,000 to do such upgrade. But we've been trying to get contractors to come out and give us a price. And it was a hard thing to get them because the problem is they are hesitating to provide a price because they're not sure. Once they open up, because of the age of those elevators, they're not sure what they're gonna find. So every price we've been getting so far are kind of open-ended. I'm gonna give you this price, but when we open it up, there will be more. So we have 5 proposals. The lowest one is general of $296,000, but that one is open-ended because no cost for engineering grants. That's what for both.
That's for 2 of them.
Yes.
Okay.
For both.
Sorry. That's crazy.
So that one is open-ended because no engineering grants, meaning the city will have to pay separately to hire a mechanical engineer to provide the required drawing and go through the permitting process and all that. So we don't know exactly how much that's gonna cost. So yes, that's the lowest cost, but at the end of the day, it might end up being double because we don't know, because when they open it up, there's so many gray areas, they're not really able to commit to a specific price. The highest price was in the amount of $404,000. Again, that one is all inclusive, meaning the contractor is willing to take everything, every uncertainties under that price. So Delaware Elevators is the one that currently maintain the 4 elevators, even the one at ECC. They're kind of familiar with everything that goes on. So they provided a price in the amount of $432,000. Everything included, permitting, even hookup for ATS generator that we don't have, storage. They will take care of all of that under that price. So because of the fact that they are familiar with the system, they see it, they know what to expect. We feel more comfortable with that pricing because only it's fixed, it's not open-ended, even though it's above the budgeted price or the budgeted item that we have, but we feel more comfortable going with that price. So with our consensus of the commission, we'd like to move forward with awarding the contract to Delaware Elevator to provide the upgrade. But I have to bring up the fact that if we do not do anything after August 1st, there's a possibility of getting fined $50 per day per elevator until we fix it. And also we have our ADA compliance issue because to access the commission chamber, the elevator is the only one that keep us in compliance with ADA requirement. If we don't have an elevator, we will not be in compliance with ADA, which is the American Disability Act.
Mr. The elevator at the ECC building, who is responsible?
For maintenance, let's go for the city.
But you have mentioned it, you said there were 2, this one.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. The elevator at the
At the ECC.
Well, the ECC, the county owns it.
Or the county owns it.
Maintains it. We
Okay,
pay about $159 per month for maintenance.
$159,000,
No, $159.
$159.
Yes, per month
Okay,
for maintenance. Same thing for the dumbwaiter, which is of the same facility. So in total, we pay for 4 systems. The 2 at the ECC, the elevator and the dumbwaiter, and 2 elevators at City Hall and Resource Center. I apologize, I'm talking to it.
thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Ron, since we've been working with this company, that's the best they can do in terms of inclusive. How long have they been maintaining? Since they know about the system as well as although they're the highest, they're able to provide for 432,000, right? And you said we have 300,000 budgeted towards that? So that would mean 132,000 balance.
Around the areas.
Okay, so there is nothing more they can do? I mean, how long have they been working through you, Madam Mayor, working on the system?
To remind me, I'm not sure the exact number of years, but it's more than, I've been working on the system for quite some time now, not just 1 year.
So, through you, Madam Mayor. So the relationship, I understand things, but they have been servicing us. Is there no way they can take off some more money off of it? Their bid is standard, that's what, the max.
To remind me, so even that price, there are still some uncertainties when they expose the system. I guess this is the best they're willing to take with all the unknown, unforeseen situations. So they are taking some risk as well by providing the price.
And that's inclusive.
All inclusive.
Ron, once they do these upgrades, how long are the upgrades going to take? The actual upgrades, how long would that take?
To remind me, to complete the upgrade,
Yes, from beginning to end, how long would that take?
to remind 6 weeks.
6 weeks?
6 weeks for, yes.
Okay.
So the timing of the August break, we feel like if we get an over from the situation, that will be the best time to.
You said the deadline is, sorry, you said the deadline was August 1st? And it takes 6 weeks to do, and this is on workshop. Why are we waiting till now to do it? Seems kind of rushed.
I'm sorry, I think I had a question too.
Back to you.
Sure.
If it takes 6 weeks to do the operation, and August 1st is about 6 weeks away, actually, I think it's less. Why are we waiting till now before we do this? You telling us about the potential dangers, and I feel rushed. Why are we waiting till now to?
To Madam Mayor, so first of all, it's been a long time trying to get the contractor on board now that we have the pricing, but we feel like with the August break, the chamber will not be used, and that will be the perfect time to do the upgrade. But if we are under construction, so the elevator pretty much are out of service, and we will not be penalized because we are currently on the upgrade to ensure.
This new standard about August 1st, when was that implemented? I think you mentioned it earlier. At what point did they implement that?
I believe it was implemented in 2020, but they keep pushing the deadline to comply with the requirement. But it was last year was January 1st, 2024, but currently it's August 1st. I think we're going to do the extension.
Yeah, you may not get it. Let me tell you what I have the issue with. We are being pushed on a short timeline to spend so much money, and we don't have enough time to look into the issue. So whenever people, I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but people usually mess with the information you have and your timeline to do things. And right now we're being on a short timeline with a lack of information. We're being pressured to do this, or else you're saying this might happen or that might happen. So all of these concerns, that don't mean much to me right now, because why are we just finding this out right now if it's so important? It takes 6 weeks to do it. I think we could have found 6 weeks since 2020 to do this.
This is an item that was budgeted, so we know that was coming.
But it's needed. Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, but it's needed. It's so important. And we can get in so much trouble and so many things can happen. You should have then came to us and said, this is what we're trying to do. Give us the money to do it. Why wait until this deadline where we only have 6 weeks left? We don't have much choice. Now we have to do it. Does that make, I don't know, it makes sense?
To run there. Yes, I understand. I agree with you, Commissioner, but we cannot come to you without the actual proposal. So,
Madam Mayor. But Ron, if we sorry, Mr. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yes, I guess the point is, I cannot come to you without an actual proposal from the contract. And those are issues. We have contractor coming out, looking at the elevator, they tell us, you know what, no, we're not interested. And not one, not two, multiple times. Remember, this is different from a concrete contractor, where if you want to build a sidewalk, there are thousands of contractors we can select that can do concrete. This is a specialized service. There's not a lot of contractors that are qualified to do that kind of job.
And I respect, you know way more about this than me, so I'm learning from you, right? But there's certain common sense, constant things that in any situation you're in, I know will not make sense. What if my question to you, what if we all say, no, we're not gonna flip it? What's gonna happen to the city?
We will not get compliance, so we plan to shut down the elevators.
Madam Mayor? So if you said we didn't have the time to do it because of city operations, either way, we're gonna have to shut down elevators if we don't do it. So my issue is that if you're coming to us about asking for $500,000, I haven't heard a good enough reason why you're waiting till now. We feel pressured. You came to us with 5 contractors. They know we on the timeline too. So my colleagues asking for a discount. I doubt it because they know we got our hands tied. So why are we doing business like this? Why is the city of Lauderdale Lakes doing business like this? Even though we're talking about the elevator now, Madam Mayor, even if we vote on it, we need this to stop. This should stop. This should stop. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't have no experience in this, but it should stop. We have 6 weeks left before the deadline. And how are we gonna, any businessman saying you asking for a discount, you guys have to do it. We don't have to give you a discount. That's not good business. And we sending you guys on behalf of us to negotiate. So I'm critiquing the negotiation skills. Either that or the staff is playing us as commissioners. One of the two. Either you guys aren't doing your job right, or you guys are so smart that the commissioners are being played. One of the two.
If I may, Madam Mayor, annually we go through the CIP process. And this was one of the projects that was prioritized and funded through the CIP process. Remember, we're a very small city and we have very limited resources. And I can assure you that we have done our due diligence with trying to locate a firm or contractor to modernize our elevators. Ron is not coming up here waiting to the last minute. We have worked tireless with trying to get a firm in here. That is an elevator that's almost over 20, 25 years old. And he is correct with whenever a firm comes out here, they are afraid to give us a quote because they don't know what's gonna happen when they pull the cap. Some other contractors are willing to, well, this particular contractor is willing to do us a turnkey because he does already provide the maintenance for the elevators. The other companies just aren't sure. They don't want to provide that mechanical or electrical work or even the permitting costs. But I just don't want you to think, Madam Mayor, that we're just sitting around doing nothing. We are limited with our personnel resources and also some of the platforms that we use.
To you, Madam Mayor, some moments, Commissioner.
Madam Mayor and Commissioners, I need to comment because I want to address part of what has been said, but I also want to be clear that there are legal ramifications that are bouncing all over the place on this discussion. I thought I heard the Public Works Director say to this commission that they needed you to act by consensus to select one of the several proposals. I believe the reference was a recommendation to go with the existing vendor or service provider. The commission cannot act on an item at a workshop. Making decisions at a workshop. Continue to ask staff, continue to express to you as individual commissioners, you cannot make decisions at a workshop. I think it's unfair to ask the commission to make decisions at a workshop by consensus or otherwise. On the procurement matter, there's also a procurement process. I also heard in this discussion staff's recommendation to use one particular vendor, whether it's the existing vendor or one of the other of the several vendors. If staff is proposing a single source procurement, there's a process for single source procurement. I encourage commissioners, each of you, read the procurement code, section 82-358, to understand that sole source, single source procurements are an exception to what is generally required to be competitive procurement. Competitive meaning everyone who wants to participate in the purchase or the provision of goods or services ought to have that opportunity. When staff goes through the exceptions, and I know staff well on this, they are absolutely correct. A small city has to utilize some of those exceptions. What should not be done tonight is to suggest that this commission by consensus can select a vendor for $500,000 or $450,000 procurement. That's not something that I recommend that this commission take advantage of. So the extent to which decisions need to be made, I am saying to you, Madam Mayor and Commissioners, that I absolutely encourage you to follow your procurement. I know Bobby knows the procurement. She can tell you exactly what it says, what the requirements are for a single or sole source procurement. It's not just a matter of selecting a developer you like or a developer that you want. It's a matter of satisfying the criteria that I outlined in the procurement code. I'll leave it there.
Madam Mayor? Sorry, through you, have all these vendors been through the procurement code process?
You, Madam Mayor, when you say procurement code process, do you mean a competitive process?
I mean, the way the city attorney just explained it.
So again, this is a discussion tonight. We're not asking for an approval. We are simply advising you of the processes we've already gone through. And in terms of procurement, these are the companies, some of them do have competitive awards, some of them do not. We do not pursue a competitive process because there just weren't companies interested in doing business with the city in that avenue.
I'm sorry, but I was having difficulty to understand. That, were these companies put through a procurement process as explained by the city attorney?
For you, Madam Mayor, they were not put through a formal competitive process. And a formal competitive process is where it's a sealed bid process. We used contractors that had already been awarded other contracts through other agencies, which is either cooperative contract or piggyback contract. And at some point, they were awarded by someone else through the process. And we reached out to a few to come over to see if they could service our city.
It's fair, but I still don't understand why it takes, because right now we're just talking, right? And then when you're going to bring it back for approval, and then it was the time frame. So my question is, in a more elegant way, is why did it take you this time to present it to us today? What about the last month, 2 months ago? Why is it done now in such short space of time?
So you, Madam Mayor, that is a great question. And one of the reasons it's just coming to you is because we've been in negotiations with a few companies. And before we could get to this point where we are discussing, we'd like to move ahead with this, vendor to do this service, they would back out on us and say, I'm not interested. We went through that 3 times. And that's a lengthy process with working with a vendor for a few months. And in another process, they determine, well, this project either isn't enough for us, or it's going to be too comprehensive for what we've already quoted. But also too, now that our new process is to come to you before we put items on the agenda for a board as a discussion, that does put us back about a good month or so.
So when did you start doing those research and putting it all together? How long ago you been doing that?
Good question. You, Madam Mayor, the budget was adopted in September. As of October 1, the projects were fully funded. We have a procurement administrator who has been working with the department since around November, trying to get a contractor because we understood the time frame for the certification. And we were trying, because we know the project also takes about 6 to 8 weeks to complete. And so we were really trying to get it done months ago. Only because we've had those instances where the companies actually backed out on us.
Thank you. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor.
So this item will be coming back for as a resolution or
See, Madam Mayor, we would like to, but it's certainly at your discretion. If you want us to go back and do additional work or are okay with our recommendation, we would love to bring it back at the next commission meeting.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Commissioners, again, I just want to make sure that there's a little bit of ambiguity. A staff does not have to have a competitive requirements of a single and sole source procurement. So if staff is saying that they will bring something back that has all the bells and whistles that meets the criteria of the single or sole source. Saying that to say, because I don't want the commission to believe that you have to have a competitive process. You don't. But what you have to do is have a selection process on that sole source that meets the requirement, and staff should be sharing with you why they meet the requirement. And if that is met, then the resolution should have the appropriate exhibits, and that you can actually make a decision on and still be consistent with the law.
I believe that finance is looking for direction as to whether or not they'll be bringing this item back at the next meeting as a resolution. I believe there are a few items, a few options for the city commission to consider.
And those options are decided.
It looks like we have option one, SFE S Corp Elevator Company.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're referencing the companies. I
Yes.
thought you were referencing options as far as the item is concerned.
Madam Mayor.
The various companies.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think what we should be asking staff maybe is to go back and make sure these companies meet the criteria of either competitive or sole source. And then we have further discussion.
I think they already did that. And they found out that Delaware Elevators, who has been servicing our elevator, was the best one because everything is included and there's no responsibility to the city. Am I right?
Through my mayor, that is correct, but also too, I do want to caveat Mr. Callaway's comment. This will be submitted as a single source award. We will be requesting an exception to the competitive process. Okay, so
I'm in
If you're
favor.
not a mayor, my apologies. Mr. Ron says this is a cooperative bid, so it's still an exception, but it'll be similar to the item I talked about earlier. We're using a cooperative bid. So you have a copy of the cooperative bid and you have a copy of the estimate from the company so that you can make an informed decision about whether or not you'd like to move ahead with this particular company.
So let's Elmo this and moving forward, I will, the Delaware Elevators. See, if we can get a resolution moving forward.
Vice Mayor.
I'm in favor. Single source so that we can move forward. Hopefully, it can be done in August when chamber is vacant.
So am I. I'm in favor.
We don't have a choice. We don't have a choice. You sit up and say yes or no, we don't have a choice. What if you say no, it don't happen, then what? We get in trouble as electeds.
So yes or no?
It's an abstainer. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, again, I want to be clear that what the commission is expressing is consensus, not an agreement, not a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Ron, thank you, Ms. Bobby. Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. Item number 5I, discussion regarding the authorization to apply for the fiscal year 2025 COPS hiring grant to the Department of Justice Community-Oriented Policing Services. And Ms. Bobby Williams will be presenting that item. Through you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Good evening. Dias protocol has been established. I promise you this to be the last time speaking this evening. For the record, I'm Bobby Williams, Director of Financial Services. Just to get your direction on whether or not the city can apply for the Community Policing Services Grant number 25. As you know, the city does have some current what we call COPS programs or COPS grants right now. We're hoping to apply for 2 more. Keep in mind, this is not a all-inclusive grant. It's more than 25% discount on an officer. And there is a requirement to keep the officer for a total of 4 years. 3 of the grant years, and then 12 months after the grant expires. So it's quite expensive, and we do have to budget accordingly to ensure that we do have the general fund available for these 2 officers. But in terms of the need and in terms of the police operations, I'd like to defer to Big Guns Captain Mornell.
Established. So this COPS, so we've already started one COPS grant that we actually have in operations now. See, this grant here will also allow us to continue on that path to get our members up as far as the need for law enforcement officers throughout the city of Lauderdale. So it's an opportunity for the city to get these officers at this kind of rate with the promise of keeping those positions once the grant is over. Our grants division, we're already in the process of getting preliminary work together. You all support this and just making sure that we can move forward with the project so we can take care of our residents of the city.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Patrick, so this grant would cover 3 years, 2 years, and then the city would have to cover.
This is typically done at an escalated rate. I think the first year they paid 75% of the actual cost, the second year 50%, the third year 25%. City has to maintain cost that for. I think that's us. I can't know see what they're selling it like that.
For you, Madam Mayor. So, as it stands, we have 2 officers from the, what's this grant? Grant. Additional 2, right? Additional 2
Yes.
officers. So then it would be staggered in terms of us taking on the first set that we would have to cover, and then this next set that has to be covered.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Bobby. How does that work, Ms. Bobby, in terms of putting it in the budget? Captain Phillips wasn't so sure as to the staggering, what the percentage. Can you just elaborate on that, please?
Madam Mayor, it is a 25% discount, it could be more or less. It just depends on the timing of us receiving the officer. And I think that's what I heard in the Captain Phillips talking about when he was talking about the escalation. But typically, it will be a full year, plus the 1 or 2 year that we are required to keep the officer on board. And all that means is we can't decide to limit the position because then we have to commit to the current period, which is 3 years, plus that extra 12 months service.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So what I am saying is, Bobby, with the other two that was brought on from this grant, this is not negating what's here currently. When is will the city be responsible to fully turn these two? You know, because if we're applying again, then here again, the escalating until we are responsible for that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to understand the question. So currently, COPS 23 is the grant that we just executed the MOU for the contract being so. The officers aren't even quite on board as of yet. So our officers are on board now. And so time starts now. So we have a total of 3 years for the grant period plus 1 extra year. Yes, we will fully fund them on year 4. So between now and 3 year duration of the grant, the grant is for $250,000 for the 2 officers. But here's the caveat. We don't know how much it actually costs for those. We have always asked for, we don't want a brand new officer, although they could be cheap, but they are quite seasoned and familiar. We think they're not familiar to the territory. We don't want an old soldier, but they're going to be really expensive, right? So we try to like have Captain Phillips, of course, and his staff work on what that happy medium is for our city. But it's up to $250,000 for the total grant for the 2 officers.
Ms. Bobby, it's really $125,000 per officer.
Madam Mayor, you can say that 125 per officer. But it's possible one officer could cost a little bit more than the other, so the scale may be off a little bit. But the total grant is $250 between both officers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bobby, thank you, Captain Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Commissioners, item number.
Madam Mayor.
Through you, Madam Mayor, do we have the direction to have BSO to assist in the application of the grant? Or should we come back and present more information? What would you like to see?
Right now, I don't know what's the goal of it.
Through you, Madam Mayor, so right now, we're looking at about $125,000 over the 3 year period. And over the 3 year period, we're looking to spend $612,500
On 1 officer.
on 2 officers. So there's no requirement to apply. I know that we've heard in our community that public safety is important. And we know that many, many years ago, when the city did go through its financial crisis, we had to eliminate quite a few police officers. So I know that we're in a point of trying to regain that momentum or increase the complement of the police officers. So this is just us letting you know that the opportunity is available. At this time, because we do have the COPS 23 that's brand new, and we haven't even paid a bill yet, COPS 23. I think it's possible that we could wait out this time for COPS 25. That's totally up to the direction of the commission.
So we still have funding in 23, right?
So, Madam Mayor, yes, the grant is called COPS 23, but the funding is just started because we just received the officers. Not sure if it's been a month yet, but it's just called COPS 23 because that's what that we applied for. But right now, it's extended through 3 years from now. 28, and then 29 have to fully fund the officer.
That was going to be my question, Ms. Bobby. So the complement that we have of officers that just started in 2029, we're going to have to pick up full funding of that 1 year requirement.
That is correct, Madam Mayor.
And if we apply and receive funding, that will be in 2026.
If you, Madam Mayor, if we were to apply now,
Yes.
we would know in September of 2025 if we received the grant or not. Now, it does take a little bit of time to actually get the paperwork and the agreement and the MOUs established, as you see with COPS 23. So we anticipate maybe a year from the award of the grant that we would actually start to get the documents from BSO or the US DOJ to start the work with trying to firm up the agreement between the BSO and the city.
That possibly 2026, if we receive funding, 2026 to begin a new program.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, ma'am. I would anticipate a year.
So we would have 2026 beginning the program for the new COPS. And in 2026, we will be in the third year,
The first year.
current COPS.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the first year of COPS 23.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm in agreement. That's always safety is one of the key component of a city to make others even want to come into the city. So I'm in agreement with applying.
I'm in agreement with our safety needs as well. I just want to first see if what we've just been given through BSO, if that can help mitigate the crime, and maybe that could be enough for now, before we maybe revisit this. So I would like to see more information, but maybe what we've recently gotten, these 2 COPS, that, and we are regionally within BSO. It's a regional setup. So I think we need some time to see if that has a good effect. We may come back to this and say we only need 1 more officer instead of 2. So I just think we need to see a little bit more.
I think we should go ahead for it. I think it's a good program. I mean, as you said, the community is worried about safety and policing, and if this will help, we should go ahead and get on it, because if we delay it and do it another time, that's more time. Yeah, free. So, I think
Concerns that our community talks about is public safety and increasing public safety. And I think we should go ahead and apply for it. If the cops officers that we have now work, that's an option also. If they work, then we will then be on the road to other officers. So I'm in agreement with what we're there. I think 3 in agreement, 3 in agreement.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. Item number 5J, discussion regarding renaming the multipurpose building after Broward County Commissioner Hazel Rogers. This item is sponsored by Commissioner McKinley.
Thank you so much. So, as you know, Ms. Asa Rogers, she has a very impressive political career since 1996. She was our mayor from 2016 to 2022, and she was our first female and Caribbean American mayor. She has done a lot for the community. So that said, I'm considering that we hope we can consider the multipurpose center. It doesn't have a name, so we will be taking away a name from the center to call it Hazel P. Rogers Multipurpose Center or Hazel P. Rogers Community Center. Both titles reflect the profound impact she has made and continue to inspire the community. So I'm open for discussion.
I would maybe agree, but Northgate Park, they made a recommendation here, Mr. Miller and others, he's the president of Northgate Community Park. And I would prefer, I am adding Commissioner Hazel Rogers' name to the park. And my reason for that is she was instrumental in getting the land for that park. And I think for the pool and Otis Gray, she was part of Broward County land, whatever it is. The multi-purpose center is 1991, where Commissioner Rogers was not a part of it. So for me, if I'm going to be relevant, I would prefer her. Yeah, I would prefer adding on her name to Northgate Community Park.
I don't see why we can't name the park and the center after.
Okay, you better. Two.
The multi-purpose, yes, but I could see it in hearing my colleague in terms of, her being instrumental in the park area. It's one of the things for Northgate community. They didn't want the park itself to be named Hazel Rogers. And I think there was some legal things as well in terms of renaming of a specific location. She's done a lot for Lauderdale Lakes, and somehow the multi-purpose with the Alzheimer's, it doesn't seem to jive with me.
Madam, sorry. Thank you. Is there any way we could probably have the commissioner come and say what she would probably prefer?
Sure.
Is that possible?
And I would just like to add to the discussion that in the previous discussion with North and Commissioner Rogers' resume, if you will, and how she has impacted our community, what she has done over the years. Lauderdale Lakes, no matter where she is, Lauderdale Lakes is always first, well, I can't say first on my her, but Lauderdale Lakes is on her mind. And Northgate Park, if we're going to name something after Commissioner Rogers, Northgate Park is more visible than the multipurpose center is. Residents only come to multipurpose center for events, if you will. Our senior program is there. However, Northgate Park is very, very close to 441, which is an intersection where it just goes to travel in Broward County. So I think that if we're going to name something for Commissioner Rogers, it should be something that's going to be visible to not only residents in Lauderdale Lakes, but residents throughout the county. She now also impacts.
Madam Mayor. So, the discussion we had on the park was that they were going to remove the name. It was going to say Northgate / they did not want the word Northgate Park to be removed. They were going to say Northgate / Hazel P. Rogers. So, yes, it's visible, but the multipurpose center, I think is a good idea because, and again, she, as my colleague said, we can ask her opinion on it. I thought the center would be better because we rented it a lot, we use it a lot. In her name, it's there. And I said, okay, but the center is used 24/7, 7 days a week. So her name will be always on someone's tongue saying something. So I thought it would be here for the center, but I am open to her too. So again, we can ask her opinion on it and see what she says.
In agreement with honoring the commissioner, former mayor, in some type of capacity. I think she has a wealth of experience. I know the multi-purpose center would be good for certain reasons. That's where everybody goes to vote. So that's a plus. People see that as they go to vote. And the park has some pluses to that too. You know, that's where kids go to play. So as they grow up to vote. So I'm okay with either or, to be honest, but it's at the will of the commission. And you know, I think it also matters how she feels. You know, maybe she doesn't like the park, maybe she doesn't like the multi-purpose center. Just my thoughts.
I wanted to see how we worked out that she could come and say her what she feels, which one she preferred. So we can receive her input. Okay, all right, we'll work on that.
Madam Mayor, thank you so much. Mr. Ron, I know there was some question as to the name, add in the name. Could you bring some clarification to that? Like, wanted to change a name, add a name, how does that work, sir?
Protocol established, Code of Ordinance, chapter 2, Article 7, Division 3 sets the policy, the process for naming and renaming city facilities. And the ordinance was amended in 2021, and with some minor changes. One of them was definition of individual, which before that required individual defined as
They died.
yes, the person has to be deceased within 1 year. That portion was struck out from the definition. But there was also some added language to the policy which required a name change or renaming to be done by ordinance. There has to be a vote of unanimous vote of all five mayor and commission.
Just real quick, Ron, what are I know you said that's city facilities. Is there an ordinance for name changing for street signs? And what can we do and can't do in terms of street signs in the city?
Do you want that? That's right. To the ordinance, city facilities is defined as streets, building, all that's built to the city. Yes, sir.
Send to the cloud. I think that the ordinance was changed whereby a living person can be added on, someone who has really impacted the community. And of course, I can raise Rogers as the state law of the events. Someone who's running. So there is no problem. The ordinance is good, as Mr. Ron said it. So you can get a copy from the plan.
FYI, when it was changed, she was the mayor.
Yes, but it was changed 2021.
Yes, she was afterwards. Yes, so again, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to reach out to see staff to see if she can come in and say her views on it, and whichever one, I think the number will be open to move forward. Hopefully.
We got 3 minutes. I'm looking forward to discussing this some more. We need all 5 commissioners to vote to make it happen. Is that correct, Mr. Ron? Okay, I'm looking forward to hear some more about that.
Thank you, Commissioner Maxwell Williams. Thank you, Mr. Ron.
Item number 5L, discussion regarding an update to the community development fee schedule.
Madam Mayor, it's Kate.
K, I stand corrected, K. And we have Tanja McCoy. Mr. That will present this item. Good evening again, Madam Mayor. Protocol is established. So this item is, for the purpose of this item is to initiate a discussion regarding the update to the City of Lauderdale Lakes
building code enforcement fee schedule. This discussion is necessary to ensure compliance with the Florida Building Code, maintenance, fiscal sustainability, and operations, and to ensure that the fees collected are proportional to the costs associated with building permit review, inspection, and enforcement functions. The current building fee structure for the city of Lauderdale Lakes has been established in Chapter 13 of the Land Development Regulations and has not undergone a comprehensive revision in several years. Many of the fees provisions remain based on ordinances adopted between 2007 and 2017, with limited or no adjustment for inflation or the growing complexity of development review and inspection processes. A comparison of the Lauderdale Lakes current building fee schedule with updated statutory guidance and practices in other Florida jurisdictions reveal several areas in need of modernization. A fee alignment, the current structure of permit fees, minimal fees, and plan review charges may not reflect the actual cost of inspection services or technical and administrative support. For instance, the minimum permit fee remained at $105, a figure that no longer aligns with operational costs or regional benchmarks. The city is currently paying a third party an average of $106 per hour to complete a permit-related activity. Technological integration of the Florida law now mandates electronic application submission, online fee schedules, and digital inspection request capabilities. The existing fee structure includes a modest technology surcharge of 2.6%, which will need adjustment to support full modernization of services delivery systems. Inspection and enforcement costs. The city imposes fees, fixed re-inspection fees, and additional penalties for work without permits. However, fee schedules should be evaluated to ensure alignment with State Statute 553.8, which allows for significant penalties when violations persist through multiple re-inspections. Compliance and transparency. The city is required to prepare and post a building permit and inspection utilization report, as well as a list of all of our fees. Data-driven requirements should be completed as a prerequisite to any final adjustments of the fee schedule. Inflationary adjustments. Although Section 1312 allows for annual adjustments based on the municipal code index, there appears that this has not been done consistently over a period of time. Also, I would like to review whether that index is the most appropriate, as I have been able to find other indexes such as the Engineering News Record Building Code Index, which is one of the indexes that Miami uses in order to adjust their permitting fees. So at this time, our recommendation for staff is to allow myself and the finance department to do a comprehensive review of the building fees, code enforcement fees, including a preparation of a utilization report as required under the statute, benchmarking the fees against comparable jurisdictions, development of a revised schedule that ensures cost recovery reflects current operational needs and support future investment in technology and training, and as well as a legal review to ensure conformity to all of the state statutes on allowable fees. So at this time, I'm just asking this commission for a discussion regarding the direction that they would like staff to go on this matter.
Ms. Sandra, what time frame are you looking for now?
I'm looking to complete this review within the next 2 to 3 months so that we can be in compliance by our new fiscal year of October 1st.
The information that you provided to us, quite extensive. And you and your team are looking to review all the information and bring these particular items up to whatever
standard it needs to be at. Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that is the goal.
Madam Mayor, I'm in agreement with it. 2007, 2017, we're in 2025. Just like how we updated our new open gov, all this is falling in line. So I'm in agreement with this.
Commissioner Harrison.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm in agreement with this.
Commissioner Maxwell. I'm in agreement. Thank you, Ms. Hunter. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. Item number 5L, discussion regarding two lien reduction programs and an amnesty program to assist with resolving the City of Lauderdale Lakes code enforcement liens. And this item will be presented by Ms. Tanya McCoy. Through you, Madam Mayor.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So this item is an agenda item presentation for discussion for the two code enforcement lien reduction programs and a complementary amnesty program. The amnesty program will provide a temporary opportunity for eligible property owners to settle code enforcement liens at a significantly reduced rate, contingent upon meeting compliances and benchmarks. The lien reduction program, however, would establish two formal processes reviewing and adjusting high-value liens based on compliance status, property condition, and other qualifying factors. This lien reduction program will be a continuous program once the amnesty program is no longer in place. This program would also include the two tiers, which would be homestead program and a non-homestead program. The purpose of this discussion is to explore policy options and procedures frameworks that will provide equitable relief to property owners facing liens, incentivize compliance with municipal codes, expedite the settlement of delinquent accounts, and maintain the integrity and deterrent effect of the code enforcement program. So at this time, I would like to discuss an amnesty program and what that might look like. I reviewed several communities in our close proximity and amnesty programs that they had in place. And through those programs, I came up with some guidelines that I thought would be good for the city of Lauderdale Lakes. One of the main things I think with the program that should be applied to only if you live in, to go to, you renting it, you live somewhere in Timbuktu, California, and you're renting it here. And so you have no way of paying attention to your property, then liens and now we want to report that, no. So that person needs to live, what I want to see is that it says that person needs to live in the property in order to partake of this program.
Did you have a response? I'm sorry.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that would be the homestead ownership. When you live in your property, is the only how you can accomplish it as establish it as a homestead property. So those will be the first tier of the amnesty program that we would look at.
Yes, Ms. Archer. Mr. Archer, if the person lives in the house, as you said, the homestead, and I'm sure people who live in their own property, and if they have money, generally they will do a good job. Many times the properties fall apart because there is not enough funds. I can understand that. But I will never, ever, for me personally, I just have one vote to reward people for bad behavior. That they rent the property out. They don't care about the tenants that live there. And of course, they really do not care about my community. So for me, would be in favor of an amnesty for homesteaders. any other person, I will not reward them bad. I will be rewarding them for bad behavior. Bring down the value of the property in Lauderdale Lakes can become blighted. And then after that, we start moving out, selling. And then 9 out of 10 times, those people come back as investors. And then the next step is gentrification that you can't even get back in. So I'm not going to reward anyone for bad behavior, that you don't really respect my space, Lauderdale Lakes, and then City Hall is going to reward. I'm not for that. But
Tanya, continue, Ms. Tanya.
So, one of the questions with an amnesty program, would be how long of a period will we be looking at holding that program? Should we do it for a period of 6 months, 1 year, or 2 years? I've seen all of those options throughout the neighboring communities nearby us.
Thank you. I would like to see, a timeline, probably a little bit shorter than that, maybe. Because I think the goal is compliance. And if they get notified and they have a certain amount of time, like 90 days to get within compliance, I think they're gonna focus on that first before they try to do anything else, because they know that's the first thing they're gonna have to do. I'm in favor of an amnesty program of both residential and commercial, simply because I think there's a lot of money out there for us to recuperate, and they're gonna be coming to us. So we're not too familiar with what caseload we can do for how many people. A lot of people are gonna fight it, which is okay. But I think the main goal is compliance, and if they don't meet with that standard within 90 days, they go right back to owing us money, and then we still do our job that we're supposed to be doing. But I'm estimating probably majority of people who own liens are gonna wanna participate in the program, but the tighter we make the timeline, the more faster we're gonna get in compliance.
Continue.
Also, once we determine and establish a timeline, which one of the things that I was considering in terms of the timeline also is that one of the key features of the program would mean that you have to be in compliance of all code enforcement actions on your property before you would be eligible. So some people may want to have like a pre-inspection. So we need to give time to do those type of activities to make sure that they know whether or not they're even going to qualify before they apply for the amnesty program. I think the 6 months, is to give a little, it's money, we'll have, what they're going through, so I think 6 months would be good.
Thank you. Sorry, Tom, you still have more?
I would still want to discuss this a little bit more until you guys come. Yes, so yeah, the 6 months sounds like a good time frame. The next thing that I would like to talk about with the amnesty program that I also noticed with other communities was that they, it was for old liens. So if you just completed a code enforcement violation, you wouldn't be eligible for this program. So what I'm recommending is 18 months for a homestead person. They have to have stayed in compliance for 18 months before they would become eligible for the program. That would show a track record of not only being in compliance, but remaining in compliance.
Ms. Tanya, you're saying if I qualify for the program and I cure whatever liens that I have, I would have to wait 18 months before I can participate in the amnesty, if you will?
Yes, so I would say for other jurisdictions, it would sound something like we start the program, meaning that you have been in compliance as of January 1st of 2024. So if you were not in compliance last month, you would not be eligible to walk in and become be amortized for something that you just cured, because we do not have a track record of you staying in compliance.
Continue, Mr.
And then the next recommendation is that the settlement offer the city would accept will be a flat percentage of 15% of the total lien amount for all homestead properties.
The residents, why, that doesn't include commercial, so why?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm following the commission's leading this way because so far I've heard that they're are not in agreement with commercial. They're just talking about your own homestead properties. If you want to discuss the commercial properties, then you guys can give me some guidance as to what you would like to see there.
Thank you. I think, the amnesty program should be for everyone, who can apply and qualify. There could probably be a different criteria for commercial versus residential. But we're talking about a community. So places that are blighted because of being out of violation, whether residential or not. I don't think we should just do for some and not for all. We just heard from Patrick Green about our business community, how important it is. So I would like to see, some opportunities for commercial businesses to also come in compliance as well, incentivized to come in compliance, not just for our residents.
Madam Mayor, space under this, with guidelines as well. How percentage wise, I think it should be.
Well, hold on a moment.
Yeah, I don't think it should be the same percentage wise in terms of settlement, but, because we have quite a commercial space that's out of compliance right now.
Commissioner Maxwell Williams.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not really for commercial space because I think space should know better. But if we do that for the commercial space, shorten the timeline, maybe 3 months, and not, more tighter, more percentage, maybe 25%. So it will be much tighter than the homestead. Through you, Madam Mayor, if you were to do the commercial, what about they would have to have been in compliance for a period of 3 years before they could apply?
Yeah, I like the direction you're going. I think the point of incentivizing is not to make it a rosy, thorny road for them. So we have to still make it reasonable. I understand, we want to hold them accountable. And like I said before, once this is done moving forward, this will be the new episode of Cops for code enforcement. Trust me, so I'm there with you. But I want to see us work with our business community. I think 3 years is a little very, very long. I think I'm all in agreement with holding them to a different standard, but we want to incentivize them as well to buy into what we're offering here.
Through you, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I think 3 years, they should be, they have the money, they know what they need to do. Some of them have been business for decades, some of them, across the street, he has about 3 different plazas. They know what to do. So, yeah, it should be very tight, because they're very intelligent people with a lot of money. So, make it very tight.
Thank you. For the 3-year requirement to be eligible for the program as it relates to commercial property. I am in agreement with that period of time. As a matter of fact, I think it should be longer, but 3 years would be reasonable. Our business community, we have been working with certain areas for such a long period of time. It is not as if they did not know. You find them, they come to court, they promise to do this, they promise to do that, and they have not done so. So I would compromise for the 3 years, but frankly, I think it should be.
Mhm.
Continue, Ms. Tanya. Tanya. Sorry.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. What type of percentage would the commission be in agreement for a business amnesty? 50%.
If we're looking at 15 for residential, I think a good place to start is around 20-25%.
No, I say, yes, but 50%, but 25 is reasonable, I think, but I think for me, I'm going for the juggler, I'm going for 50.
I think 50% is a little bit excessive. I think
Okay.
if we're considering 15% for residential, then perhaps double 30%.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I have seen numbers of 30%. I do recommend 35% as a good number to rest on.
I like that.
Madam Mayor, when people usually settle these cases, if you take it to court, how much percentage-wise of the overall settle?
I would have to research and get some data related to that question.
Okay. I don't know if it's, maybe our city attorney could help elaborate on that a little bit.
Madam Mayor and Commissioners, we have a couple of properties that at least I've been associated with. One is the bowling alley property. $200,000. We litigated. They filed an appeal. We won on appeal. They paid us $225,000. Oriole Plaza is, first of all, they were not in compliance at the time of the lawsuit. That were outstanding. Some were, again, not corrected, others were corrected, but there were multiple ones that I believe that court, and I'm not 100% positive on this, got wrong. But I know we had a shade meeting with this commission. I think I represented somewhere around 4-5 million. We settled for $1.3 million. Around that, not quite so, but the success levels on the outstanding matters, one relating to DuPont, the other one relating to the Allen case. I can't give you numbers on those, but I am saying, feeling very confident about what we're seeking on those.
Madam Mayor. Thank you. So we're already around that 30% from if it was to settle, 5 million to 1.5. We will be walking away 30% if we took them to court. So in their minds, like I'm trying to see like how do we create this as an incentive to make them want to buy into this? It's a program. So I mean, some people say I did 35. If you're saying 35, I still think that doesn't garner enough of an incentive for people that want to buy into something like this. That's why I would say between 20 to 25%. I think that's more of I think that speaks to partnership. I think that speaks to we're trying to do something for you now, but if you can't come and come, that's why I said 90 days. I'm gonna be extreme on that. I would have said 30 or something because they'll find a way. Because if not, we go right back to plan A and we take them to court. Let our attorney do his very job. So I just to the commission, I asked so we can get more perspective. If we already would be walking away with 30% if we did take them to court, why not we try to create something between 20 to 25% in the amnesty portion for commercial?
Madam Mayor and Commissioners, to Commissioner Harrison's discussion point, I do want to point out that, again, the Oriole Plaza property was different. First of all, it was one of the more significant matters that we pressed. We've also corrected some of the processes that gave us a little bit of consternation in terms of what our exposure was in that case. So going forward and really looking at some of the other matters that we do have a more streamlined code enforcement process, and our procedural matters are more in line now than they were going back to the past case. And I said all that to say that our level of confidence going forward on this case. Great.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think that the 35% mark is good, and it does incentivize because you walk in the door and you know what you're going to have to pay. You're not going to court to find out that you have to pay the entire amount, or 50% that you know that you can satisfy this lien if you have some activities that you want to do with your property in the next 30 days, you can come in and satisfy your lien. So I think it still would be incentive for business owners to take care of that lien. And again, I have seen those numbers in nearby jurisdictions using that. So the next thing that I would like to talk about is the requirements. So again, definitely would have to be in compliance with all code enforcement issues, which will require a pre-inspection and a final inspection, property owner verification, the amnesty application, which would, I'm recommending $500 as an application fee and up to $1,500 depending on how large the case is, because that's going to be a part of our administrative costs.
Madam, it's down to 500 for homesteaders or for commercial.
Homestead.
I think that's a little bit high for homesteaders, especially if they are single. And some of them, the income, there is no income. That's one of, I make them by my, I think that's one of the things that we need to discuss. What do you need, what is someone to do in terms of access? And also. To Ms. Tantra, what about maybe the application fee, if it's 500, then it would be taken off the, what percentage of the leaves that are owed. That's okay, I have to pay $500 now. And let's say it is current $500 is owed, that $500. Subtract.
Commissioner Mann, go ahead.
That sounds like a reasonable way to manage it. I just want to make sure that during the process, if they decide to bow out and we've done all of the work, the inspection, then you will be properly and that needs to be covered in that part. Especially if you like getting perfect. I want to be doing this and.
Okay, so, thank you, Madam Mayor. My recommendation is $500, and for business, $1,500.
Ms. Tanja, my recommendation was gonna be, no application fee for residents. But actually, I like what the Vice Mayor mentioned about just build that within what they will be paying back to us. Commercial property, I think, should pay something. I think they should pay the 500, between 500 to 1,000. And again, I think that's gonna help us recuperate our fees. But for me to even know if that would help, do we have an exact number of how many liens there are out there right now? Madam Mayor? I'm sorry, for the record, I know you said no?
We are getting a new mic.
We do not, okay. That's kind of concerning. Playing basketball, you kind of shooting in the dark, you know, that's what it feels like. But, I wanted to know, I know last time I asked the same question and I understand we didn't know at the time. I know I said one-on-one, you said you didn't know, and now we don't know. By when do you think we would know? Do we need to know how much? I would think we do need to know in order to do this the right way eventually, like what's actually out there. But how long do you think before we get to the point where we should know everybody?
This time, I think you have a mic.
Maybe we'll call back.
You have a green light on it?
Thank you, Ms. Bonner. I see a green light, okay, there it is. Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, I think that, it'll probably take 12 months to go through all of our records and identify all of the liens that's out there. So we could run an amnesty program for a short period of time for people who already know, and then maybe come back later, or we could give, that's why I talked about the time frame. I've seen in other jurisdictions, even nearby jurisdictions where they did it for up to 2 years. But I'm confident with my staff and with my new software program that I will be able to identify those liens within the next 12 months and notify the property owners appropriately.
Sandra, in between time, hypothetically, if the 12-month period is decided upon, would we still be accruing on those who have not come to compliance?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, and those applicants would not be eligible because again, we have this, you have to be in compliance for 18 months for the homestead and 3 years for the non-homestead. So those applicants whose liens have not been brought into compliance would not even be eligible for this program.
Mr. Hunter, you are just, I don't know. It's something that it will take about 2 years for you to know how many lien holders are in the city.
Through you, Madam Mayor, actually, I was saying that I've seen other communities where they did it for a 2-year period. I feel confident that I can get it done in 12 months of actually identifying all lien holders within the city and sending them notification that they have a lien, because some people who may have a lien from 5 or 10 years ago may not be aware that that lien is out there.
Mr. Hunter, 12 months is still a long time. I thought the software that you are getting would improve the time. 12 months is still a long time not to know how many lien holders.
Through you, Madam Mayor. One of the deficiencies with the software is that currently all of our documents are in a paper format. So it takes hours and hours of research to identify what those liens are. Continuous. So the next thing I would like to go over is the payment time frame. So I have a 30-day window for payment once it is approved. Or should we shorten that time?
Yeah,
30 days for them to bring in all the money?
Yes, under the amnesty program,
Sure.
yes.
Maybe many people have to get them in. It's
Or-
an
or-
on
this is-
the property, I said. No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The chair is still, I'm still talking to the same person. Madam Mayor. 30 days seems to be a short window to get all the monies. Or can they pay in installment?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I have reviewed an installment program, but that would be for the not amnesty program people. Again, I think for the amnesty program, in my review of this process, they know what they are going to have to pay when they come in. They're going to pay either the 15%, the 30%, or the 35%, whatever you guys determine. They know if they have that amount of money available, and they should be able to pay it on the 30-day, within the 30-day window.
I still believe 30 days is a short time. That okay, that I owe maybe 5,500 or 7,500. The short window. Get that type of money.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Quick question, I just thought about it. It's 30 days to get all of the money, but they have to be in compliance before they even can do that. So that means we're giving them 30 days to get in compliance as well, by default.
Through you, Madam Mayor? No, we're not, because again, if they're not in compliance, they don't qualify. The only thing that we're giving them on the pre-inspection is that you're not paying your money to come in, and I tell you, you don't qualify, because when we go out to inspect your property, we find that you have other issues going on. So if you're not in compliance, you wouldn't qualify, but if you say, okay, I want to do the program, I'm going to pay my $500, I don't even want to waste your time if your property's not in compliance.
So just so I understand, they have to get in compliance, and from that point, to pay said money, they'll have 30 days, is what we're saying. I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
So the compliance is 18 months prior to, I'm sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. 18 months prior to application, you have to have been in compliance. So if I check your property and it says you have a lien, the first thing I'm gonna identify is whether or not you meet the 18-month requirement. If that answer is yes, the next step is to come out and look at your property and see that you don't have new code enforcement actions or issues going on at your property. If that answer is also yes, this property is free and clear, they have no code compliance issues, the next step is to move forward with the application and go in and pay the 15% or the 30%. You guys determine.
The timeline is, the property gets noticed, we have a program. But before we announce that, they would have to show that 18 months before that they had been in compliance, before they were noticed of the program?
When they come in to me, I would review their property and say, these properties right here, your property is eligible because we haven't been to your property for a code enforcement action within 18 months. I haven't had code enforcement out there to have a code enforcement action at your property in over 18 months.
Yeah, man. I don't like that, because it's like, we want to tell them, we know you're out of compliance, get in compliance first. But what we're saying is that even if you do that, if we have a record of you having any in compliance within the past 18 months, you still won't qualify. I think we should take that out, because we'll be cutting out a lot of people who could possibly qualify. I think we can let people know you're out of compliance. This is the program we have, and from that, when I'm coming to you, or we let them know, they probably have some time after that to get in compliance. But I think it's unfair if we backtrack it and say, oh, well, within the past 18 months, we have this. They're just hearing about the program. They get in compliance. People have arguments that they feel like, whatever. that they can't do nothing about, but now they want to buy into this program and now they won't qualify because in the past 18 months, a year and a half, we saw something. I don't think that's fair. I think that's gonna cut out a lot of people that I'm trying to get us to be on board with in terms of cleaning up the community with this amnesty. Because we don't know how many liens we have out there. If we do this and we do that and cut those people out, we're back to square one, chasing these people for money. I'm trying to get away from that. I'm trying to get away from having people at the end of it still in that same predicament. I want people to qualify for a program. I'm not trying to make people not qualify. So let's eliminate that as a barrier. So once they're notified, they have a chance to get in compliance. If I understand it correct, you're saying from once they come to you to try to get into the program, if you go back 18 months and they have something, they won't qualify.
Correct.
Yeah, no, I don't like that. I think that's cutting people out.
Through you, Madam Mayor. It also shows a pattern of being in compliance. It also shows that if you had something 18 months ago and then you have something 6 months ago and then you have something 3 months ago, that you're one of those people who are going to be a repeat offender. So this is why I'm sure other jurisdictions have looked at it in this way of stating that you have to have been in compliance for a period of time before you can receive amnesty. Now, we haven't talked about the other program that I have available for people who might be in that other situation that we're talking about.
Thank you. Yeah, Tangela, I hear you, but at the same time, we don't know how many liens are out there. We don't know the severity of it. So we don't even know if what we're putting together in that is fair. So we have to try to get the city back into compliance. We're not trying to go after them. We're not trying to say, I got you. That's not the goal. There are people that are arguing different arguments, and instead of going to court and argue that, we're trying to get the city in compliance. People are gonna go to court with us for years before it gets to that point. Lauderdale Lake still is gonna look slum and blighted. Other cities, how they do it, that's cool. Lauderdale Lakes, I don't know no other city that can come up and say they don't know how many liens are out there, but we want to go after liens. We're the only city saying that. So I think we have to have a creative approach at making this process as easy as possible. That 18 months before, I think that was put in there to try to, knowing people ain't gonna qualify for it. Ideally, the biggest ones that owe us liens. You and I both know the people that owe us 600,000 not gonna qualify for that. You know that.
To my colleagues present, that this just strictly deals with not the residential, right? Not the commercial, the 18 months.
Through you, Madam Mayor. The 18 months will be for homestead and the 3 years will be for non-homestead. That's what we talked about earlier. Yeah, it was the 18 months and the 3 years. That's what the reference was. I'm glad that we clarified the understanding of it. However, I do think that if we offer an amnesty program to people who are just coming into compliance, we do have an issue with maybe deterring or doing some damage to our code enforcement practices. So what I'm saying is that the people, like we just talked about, we've worked with them for years and they haven't came into compliance, and then 2 months ago, they came into compliance, and now we run an amnesty program and they come in and they pay off their liens for 30% or whatever the number is you guys determine, and they're walking away with a huge benefit, whereas code enforcement spent years to get them into compliance. We would like to see them also spend years in compliance before we give them this size of a reduction in the cost of their fees.
I think, Commissioner Mack,
I totally agree with that. I think that's how we should.
then wouldn't that cause a backlog? This budget. I mean, 18 months and 3 years. And with an unknown factor, then I'm not quite sure that may be the best way for us to go. Maybe decreasing the amount of compliance time, but 18 years and 3 months, I think we'll be here forever.
Through you, I'm sorry.
I just wanna say, the goal, Ms. Tanjo, I feel, is to get them in compliance. They'll feel it if they don't get in compliance. We're right back to where we were before. We're gonna go after them. So if they're that type of person, chances are they won't be in compliance. They had their chance. But the goal is for the 80–90% of people out there at one time to come to us and be racing to get in compliance. You know how much money we can make from that as a city for programs? Instead of waiting 3–4 years fighting with people before we even see one. To be honest, half of us probably won't be up here anymore, So we have to see things through in a reasonable way where we can actually let them know, listen, we're giving out free ice cream, but it's only gonna be here before it melts. And if they don't, then they're back to eating rocks. But we have to make it attractive. We're not trying to make it hard for them. We have to make it attractive. Them owing money is hard already. They may go back to that, but we have to make it attractive. The program has to be attractive. I think that's way too long.
It's telling you, if we decrease the amount of probationary time, I come in, I cure everything, I make my application, I'm approved, I pay my 35%. A year from now, I'm out of compliance again. Talk to me about that.
Yes, so amnesty is a one-time program, so you would not be eligible to come back in for amnesty, and we could also put a time on that for how long you would not be eligible to do an amnesty program. Also, through you, Madam Mayor, we could also look at how much time did it take us to bring you into compliance as a rule for when you would be eligible. So if it took you 2 years to come into compliance, then you have to wait 2 years to be eligible for an amnesty program. If it took you 6 months, then you wait 6 months. But I do feel that even though there is a backlog, that the biggest backlog is probably going to be 3 years to 18 months out, because most of the people who have not been in compliance in the last 2 to 3 years, we're pretty much aware of who those customers are, or residents or business owners are, because we've been working with them over the last 2 to 3 years to get them into compliance. But the ones that are really unknown are the people that are way back there, 5, 10 years, that have a lien that don't know about it.
I just want to say, I think that's not, I think if somebody does a program, pays and goes out of compliance, I think they shouldn't get no type of amnesty. Yeah.
That's everything on the amnesty. Program, the lien reduction program.
Yes, that's the amnesty program that we discussed. Now we're going to discuss the lien reduction program. This is an ongoing program. Even if you did not qualify for the amnesty program, you would you would still be eligible for the lien reduction program. This program would have a 3-tiered system where people that have liens that's from $0 to $25,000, those liens will be dealt with administratively through my department and the city manager. That lien amount would I could reduce their lien by up to 85%, which is the 15% that they could also get in amnesty. But again, these are probably the ones that are more frequently going on right now, current. So that activity, they've just gone before the magistrate and used our resources based on that. But those liens I would be able to look at, and based on some criteria, reduce their liens up to 85%. And again, this is from $0 to $25,000. So that would probably take care of most of our residents.
Sorry, we don't know that, Ms. Tanja, because we don't know how many liens are out there. Am I correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor. I do believe that the lower liens are the ones that are most likely unknown because of the fact that they came into compliance. We did not have to take them in front of the magistrate multiple times over a period of years. So I do believe that those are the smaller amount of liens are going to be the ones that are our homestead residents and they came into compliance.
The apartment complexes, not so much apartment complexes as the shopping area centers and all those.
Yeah, they will qualify for this program.
They will qualify for that
Yes.
program, up to 85%, you're saying?
85% if your lien is less than $25,000. So that's a small lien. That means you just had a few things out of compliance. You came into compliance pretty quickly. And so this is what we can do to forgive your lien. 85%, up to 85% through my office. They don't have to come in front of commission. They don't have to, they just put in an application and it's taken care of. Second tier would be a lien that's $25,001 up to $150,000. Those liens would go to our special magistrate for review. Again, this person has probably been in with the special magistrate over a period of time, and she would probably have a really good idea of how to reduce that lien, he or she. And that lien would be eligible for reduction up to 80%. And then the final tier is $150,000 and above would come before commission. And those liens would be eligible for reduction up to 65%. Again, these liens would be looked at on a criteria looking at property, must be in full compliance. All municipal code charges and taxes must be paid in full. Applicant must submit a notarized application. The applicant must submit written narrative justifying the request for the reduction. Duration of non-compliance will be considered. Timeliness of correction of actions. Again, that's what the smaller liens are. Number of violations, nature of the property, whether it's homestead, non-homestead, or commercial. Nature of the code enforcement violation would be considered. Life safety code, building code, community standards, what were they violating for? History of code enforcement actions on these properties as well as other properties that's located within the city of Lauderdale Lakes. And any other unique material circumstances that the city or the commission deems appropriate to address.
Ms. Tanja, could you repeat the first tier, because that's what I heard, $0.
Well, I'm
Well,
sorry.
with $0, there would have been no.
I meant to say, $100. Yeah, $100 to $25,000.
Ms. Tanja, for the 85%, 80%, and 65%, up to,
65%.
what puts me in the category of 50% and not 40%? How would that determination be made?
That was the criteria that I read off.
Yes,
So, yes, that the commission would review. So in this program, this applicant would receive a staff report and a recommendation from the code enforcement compliance officer, supervisor. This, so for example, if they're coming before a commission because they have a lien that's over $150,000, then the commission will receive that report and make a decision of how much they want to reduce that lien by.
Based upon the criteria, the factors that you just read.
Yes, based on those factors. Again, the application process, I'm sorry. Yes, okay, the application process would include a $500 fee and 1% of the lien amount as a deposit to be used as administrative costs.
5% app fee and
1%.
500 app fee and 1% for administrative costs.
Yes. This application again would be eligible for homestead property owners. They would be able to do this twice post 2025. And for non-homestead, they would be eligible to do this only one time. So if a homestead property can't sell out of compliance after they receive this lien reduction program, they would still have another chance to get this program again. It could be 5 years from now that they would have an opportunity, but again, this is all discussion. The commission can decide if they want to recommend that or not.
Thank you. My concern is that these scale methods are so confusing for us, it might be confusing for them. An amnesty program, or an amnesty program is a form of a lien reduction program. The amnesty method, I think, is clear cut, be quick to advertise, easy to let the people know. An amnesty program is a lien reduction program as well, is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes.
Okay, so we don't need to separate the two terms. The amnesty as well is a lien reduction program. These scales with these other two, what's called here, it's too complicated. We have to go through it and.
Through you, Madam Mayor. The reason that I'm requesting this particular program is because it's ongoing. So that this is not something that just like today, or some of the people who've come in and complained, because we didn't have a policy in place that was going on, because once the amnesty program goes away, we're still gonna have people coming in that want to get their liens reduced.
I was gonna say, if they come in after that's away, too bad. That's it, they paid the money. We don't, we put it out there, give them enough chance to pay for it. I don't think we should be concerned if they don't get into the program, or if they come back, or if they still come for the program. I just feel like it's a lot of variables, for a lot of different scenarios.
Madam Mayor, again, we're saying we're running the amnesty program for 6 months to a year. In 2027, we're still gonna need to have a method of resolving liens. And this is the program that I'm recommending, that we have a method in place to resolve liens at all times, so that when I'm gone, someone walks into my office and somebody asks them, how do I get my lien reduced? I didn't have a good method of doing that. So I'm trying to put something in place for the next director to have a method in place to tell them this is how you get your lien reduced. It may be complicated, but it will also be a process that's in place.
I don't think it's complicated. I think that we need to have clear-cut guidelines for an amnesty program and clear-cut guidelines for a lien reduction program. I don't find it complicated.
Madam Mayor. And from what you said, Ms. Tondra, the amnesty program has a limited time frame, right? Okay.
Again, one of the things that I took into consideration in creating this lien reduction program is because someone told me you can give them up to 10% off. Well, me walking in as a new director, I was not gonna give 10% of $1 million to anyone without approval from the commission. So this is why I need a program that I can use continuously.
Ms. Harrison?
I just want to say again, an amnesty is a form of a lien reduction. So we're saying we want an amnesty or a lien reduction. We're saying the same thing. That's semantics. The amnesty is a form of lien reduction. So that too is a lien reduction program. if the amnesty program is for a short period of time and people don't catch that wave, that program, and they own liens, we go back to business, they owe liens. So when you say, what's the process of collecting liens? It's the same process we had before we was gonna cook. We tell them they have a lien, and if they don't want to pay it, then we have a city attorney that does that part of the job. But I just feel like if the amnesty program doesn't work the way we need it to, we have a second net to try to do something afterwards. We could just extend the amnesty program because the main goal is compliance. That's the main goal. The main goal is compliance. So I don't know. I just feel like it's not, in 18 months is just too, there's no incentive in the process. Or very little.
So, again, I think this program is a good option for us to have in place on a continuous basis. I think that, not having something in place is one of the reasons that we had some of the issues that we've had in the past. I've had people come in and they owed $120,000. I would have to give them $12,000 off, and again, I'm not comfortable with that without having the city commission approve a process for me to do it.
Thank you, Ms. Tanger. Thank you so much for your detailed information and discussion. Madam Manager.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, item number 5M. Discussion regarding Broward Sheriff's Office handling of a trespass against Vincent Richmond. And this item is being sponsored by Vice Mayor Collins.
Madam Vice Mayor.
Madam Mayor, I am looking on the reporting officer now. You were out March 11th along with Commissioner Thomas in Washington. There were two commissioners here, Commissioner Carly Maxwell Williams and Vice Mayor Tyson Horswell. I wasn't aware that there was any commotion, any disturbance. I know we were waiting on Commissioner Harrison to come so that we would be able to attend to the city's business. And it was sometime 8:45. Former city manager Tressa Brown Stubbs came to me and said, we have Commissioner Harrison telephoned Ralph Mead, who is one of our commission aides, but he had a problem with his car and he was not going to attend the meeting. So we adjourned the meeting. I think I was nearly the last person here because you were out of town. So acting city manager at that time was the city clerk along with the city attorney and myself. We were here signing papers. I left, went home. I never heard any disturbance that I was aware of. I was told, I think it is the day after March 11th, Tuesday, March 11th, Wednesday, I heard that Mr. Vincent Richmond, I knew of him, but he's not someone that I was familiar with. That he was either served papers at his house Tuesday night And I heard that he was barred from coming to City Hall, which, as I said, I know it's a public space. And under the Bill of Rights, it says you have the right to assemble. So I thought it was strange. I was here. I know I saw him sitting somewhere there. He walked through that door, went out. I wasn't aware there was any problem. And then Wednesday I was told that this city manager called a meeting with her senior staff along with then Human Resource Director Leandra Gideon Jones, and was told that if they saw him on the property, they should call the cops because he was charged for trespassing. And I am reading this report, which they said that it was Brockington, Glenda must have made some, spoke to the city manager. And in it she said that Vincent in Richmond said that to tell the city manager Tressa stops that I'm coming for her. I don't know how a second-hand information that could be a threat. I'm coming for her. Maybe they could be planning a dinner. They could be going on a date. They could go anywhere. And I would have expected if I thought that was a threat, I would have asked him, what do you mean by that? And I'm also reading here where Tressa Stokes stated that she did attend the meeting, but was not part of the conversation between Brockington and Richmond. On April 8th, I was here. I went home and I saw a text from Wendy Richmond. She texted me and said, Vince was asked by Captain Phillips to vacate the chamber, otherwise he would be arrested. I was sitting right here. I think I saw him sitting in either the second or the third row behind Nicole Hall, and I saw he got up. I didn't know what had happened. Went out. Now, I don't want my city to become the laughing stock or the talking stock of anywhere. To me, if this is a public space, Vincent Richmond is a homesteader, someone who has maybe the best curb appeal house in the Eastgate. Don't know about the other side, but I know on 29th Street his house has excellent curb appeal. Pays a lot of taxes, maybe 4 times as much that I pay, because I bought my house years ago, and when Saver Homes came about, I was able to use it. And since it's only 3%, my taxes can go up. So I know my tax base is low. And I'm not here for Vincent Richmond. I'm here for every resident or outside of the city in Lauderdale Lakes. For as I look on myself, I am a commissioner here. So right now, I don't think anyone would tell me that I cannot come to the city. But what happens 4 or 5 years from now, and someone has a vendetta against me and say to the sheriff's office, I don't want former Commissioner Dicey Caldwell to come. And the outcome could be the same. April the 9th, I called Captain Phillips' number. I don't think he did respond. Then he called me back and I asked him what happened, why this guy was asked to leave the chamber, public space as far as I know, and under the Sunshine Law, you don't have to be a resident. Anyone has the right to come into this chamber. They don't have the right to be disruptive. Because if they're disruptive, that person is disruptive, I would expect the mayor to ask the cops to take out that person. But sitting right there listening, I would think that that person has the right under the United States Constitution. 2 weeks ago, now I did speak to Captain Phillips, and as I said to him, when he called me back, he said that Tressa is no longer here, but Glenda and Ron are afraid. Now, if I am afraid of someone, and I believe that person is a threat, I would have gone down to the 17th Street Circuit, file a restraining order. It's going to be a temporary one. Maybe I would get it, maybe not. But I could not send Dick, Tom, or Harry to go there to represent me unless it is an attorney. So that person would have, if you feel that Vice Mayor Caldwell is being hostile to you, you will go downtown and make sure you file a restraining order. But outside of that, I don't know why Captain Phillips would have asked Mr. Vincent Richmond to vacate the premises, the chamber, because as far as it is, former city manager is no longer here. So if the threat has been removed, I would really love to know why that person would not be here. Captain Phillips told me that there should have been an affidavit signed, but unfortunately, none was signed. I spoke to the city manager to find out from her, because I would hope that if there is a threat and employees feel that it is now a hostile working environment, that they would have gone to human resource, get a larger complaint, paperwork would have been done. I contacted my acting city manager, and I got a response that former HR director, Deandra, had nothing on file, nothing for the guy that is being prevented from coming to City Hall, because neither former city manager, Glenda, and Ron did not file any, did not maybe go to the office and file a complaint. In one of the emails that I saw, as I've been talking to the city manager, Captain Phillips, in the email, he said he was going to get in touch with his legal counsel at the sheriff's department and opine on this thing here, because I know if it happens to one, it can happen to all. I saw Captain Phillips 2 weeks ago, Tuesday night, and I did ask him outside, what about, have you gotten any information from your sheriff attorney? He didn't answer me that way. I said to him, well, I am going to invite Richmond here as my guest and bring him here. And his answer to me was that if you bring him, I will have him arrested. Now, there are 5 people sitting up here that were elected. A mayor, 4 commissioners, and then the commission appointed 4 more persons. A city manager to manage the affairs, a city attorney to do the legal work, a CRA attorney for CRA, and an auditor. Anyone else that works at the city happens to be either you're employed through the city manager for the different departments, or you're a contractual worker. And I read an email that Captain Phillips sent back to the city manager. And in it he said, asking the question, oh, the guy never used to come to City Hall, so why is he coming? And I'm asking myself, is this the new United States of America? That an adult, a homesteader, decides that I'm no longer working, I have the time to come, and someone is going to tell me, that person, that they are not supposed to be here. So I am here tonight to find out there is no affidavit that was signed. So technically, how could that be against? No paperwork was handed in. I don't know the dynamics between Mr. Ron. Mr. Ron must have spoken to Captain Phillips, because that's what he said to me. and to others, oh, Ron is afraid and Glenda is afraid. But this reporting officer spoke to Tressa, and Tressa was advised on how to retrieve a restraining order against Richmond. And I believe that if Ron and Glenda are afraid, then the correct thing to do would be to go downtown, file a restraining order, so maybe then you will have to go back to the courts and let them tell the judge why you are afraid of that person. I have 2 Black sons and a Black grandson, and things have not changed much in the great and grand United States of America. They are not big, 2 of them are tall, but what happens if someone decides that, okay, I know I don't like former Commissioner Tyson Coswell, and I maybe send my boys here to do something and happen. And I still cannot understand how you did not speak with someone. So how could it be a threat that there was no communication, physical or otherwise? So I am still asking, how could that be a threat? Remember, is can always be is. It all depends on what you hear and how you interpret anything. For if I say I'm coming to get you, it could be that I plan to give you a ride. I plan to go out with you. I don't know how I would have interpreted it to be a threat. And Captain Phillips has taken it emotional. For he's telling me that Glenda is afraid. Glenda is afraid. Glenda needs, she's an adult, 49-year-old person. She needs to go downtown, file a report, file a restraining order. I did not know you could have used another person to say, I am afraid, but it's not. You're going downtown. I don't see how that could happen. Cannot happen. And my little city, it's like I don't want it to be the top of the top. For I guarantee Parkland has used the basin. Pompano Beach used basin. And it may be, I don't know where their city hall is, but I'm 100% sure that one of those persons sitting in the audience, no one would have asked them, sitting quietly, no disturbance. You are going to ask that person because they are trespassing. But where is the paperwork? And that is what I want to know. Where is the paperwork? For I was told by Captain Phillips that there should have been an affidavit signed, and if it's signed, I'm sure someone that would be notarized, that it becomes a legal instrument. there is none. So where do we go from there, here or there? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Captain Phillips.
Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commission, City Attorney, City Manager, and City Clerk. I want to start by saying that as your district captain, my top priority is the safety and well-being of the residents of the city of Lauderdale Lakes, the elected officials, and the governing body. Throughout my tenure here, we have made significant strides in strengthening public safety, including conducting multiple active killer trainings, exercising city staff and community organizations. In the event of a critical incident. On November 27, 2024, at that time, city employee Vincent Richmond was arrested by BSO for domestic battery by strangulation and tampering with evidence. Following his arrest, Mr. Richmond was subsequently terminated from his position with the city of Lauderdale Lakes. On March 11, Mr. Richmond attended a city commissioner meeting. During the meeting, Ms. Glenda Brockington, a city employee and resident of Lakes, recognized him from his previous employment with the city and approached him to inquire about his absence, because she hadn't seen him in a long time. She tapped him on the shoulder and asked him how was he doing, mentioning that she had thought that he retired. Mr. Richmond responded that she was lying and that she knew he had not retired, but he had instead been terminated in February due to a personal matter unrelated to his employment. He then expressed frustration about not having received a performance evaluation in 7 years and concluded the conversation by saying, well, just let your boss know I'm coming for her. Referring to then city manager Tressa Brown Stubbs, Ms. Brockington ended the conversation and walked away. In response to this encounter, city manager at the time, Tressa Brown Stubbs, authorized a trespass warning to be issued to Mr. Richmond, prohibiting him from entering City Hall. My Deputy Michael Drexler, came out and Lieutenant Cade responded out here with reference to the incident. It was documented on BSO case number 04-2503-000-908. Deputy Drexler, he later issued a formal trespass warning to Mr. Richmond at his residence, advising him to stay away from City Hall and specified employees. He was further informed that if he had official business with the city, he would need to contact law enforcement in advance to be escorted to and from the premises. This initial trespass warning was issued at the authority of then city manager Tressa Brown Stubbs. Despite the trespass warning, Mr. Richmond attended City Hall on April the 8th. This constituted an actual violation of the order that he received at his residence. However, he complied when asked to leave, and the situation was resolved without incident. Following his departure, several, not just Linda and Ron, but there were other city employees that came up to me and thanked me for doing my job and having him escorted off the property because they felt uncomfortable. Since the event, there's been questions regarding the validity and enforceability of the trespass warrant. To be clear, I cannot issue him a warrant without a signed affidavit because the city would have to give me the authority to issue it in your absence. However, Tressa Brown Stubbs had the authority to issue a trespass warrant at that time, and she did so. With her departure, I do not have the authority to rescind that trespass warrant, so it still is in effect until it's rescinded. Now, if the city would like to rescind it, they can do that just as easily as it can administer. We would just have to get it in writing from the city manager, or in this case, the acting city manager. All they have to do is give us a call, say they want to rescind it. We can write it up, we can be rescinded. However, that's your decision to make. It's not my decision to make. I'm just an agent working in law enforcement capacity, and my job is to enforce the law. So right now, there is a trespass warning on file. There's the case numbers that I have given you. Those case numbers allow us to make an arrest because he has been warned, and that was done by the city manager, Tressa Brown Stubbs. So if you all want to rescind that, simply call us out, say you want to rescind. Our officers can do that. However, that's your decision to make, not mine. Because an official affidavit giving us the authority to operate in your absence hasn't been signed. Okay? So In conclusion, I just want to reiterate, my priority is the public safety of everyone in this room and the residents of the city of Lauderdale. And I take that responsibility very seriously. So if you have any additional questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. However, the issue regarding the affidavit not being signed doesn't not mean that we can enforce a trespass warrant if we've been given the authority to do so. And your agent, who at the time was trusted by those, allowed us to get that done. Now, in her absence, that doesn't void out the trespass warning either. If you all want to have it rescinded, you can simply have the city manager, or in this case, the acting city manager, call us out, give a case number, and say they want to rescind it, and it could be done just that simple. But that's your decision to make, not mine.
Madam Captain Phillips, there was a threat according to Brockington, or maybe according to Tressa, although Tressa said she had no communication. She attended the meeting, but was not part of the conversation between Brockington and Richmond. So Tressa is no longer here. And you're saying to me, although trespassing, whatever it is, was issued, who was it issued on behalf of the city or behalf of someone? If I want to get a trespassing citation against someone, or is it against the building, the property, or it has to be a person? Could you explain that for me, sir?
Through you, Madam Mayor. At this moment, in that time when Tressa Brown, I wasn't here that night as well, when Tressa Brown Stubbs issued that warning, she issued that against Mr. Vince Richmond to stay away from the city property at that time. That was her call at that time. She's an agent for the city and she had the authority to do that. Now, she's no longer here. That doesn't automatically void out that same authority. If we want to have it rescinded, which I've also told you, that can easily be done by allowing us to put it in writing, and it can be done just as easy as it was administered. I cannot just void it out myself.
Madam Mayor, I can't find adjectives now, because this property is a community property, not owned by any individual, it's not her house, her property. And to say that Tressa is no longer here, but the citation remains. So if 10 years passed by, I thought I was told that you said it was a temporary traffic in trespassing citation. I thought that if someone is going to be charged, I didn't know a property, because technically you're telling me she's no longer here. She was the person who called the cops and they issued a citation that she's no longer here, but the citation remains. It means that it's the property that is a public space. And I'm going to go a little farther or further. There was a guy by the name of Joe Major, lived down in unincorporated Broward, which is now Lauderdale. There was no time between 2000 and maybe 2005. He came here religiously every time, and two people, former Commissioner LeBoyd Williams and Commissioner Hazel Rogers. There was no time when he did not come at the 8th batch. He wrote the nastiest of letters. Commissioner Rogers still have a whole stack of them. He never lived in Lauderdale Lakes, and I thought, he doesn't live here. He has no right to come. Former city attorney James Brady said they couldn't do anything. Got to the podium and he carried on back. Nothing could be done because under Florida law, it's a public space that everyone doesn't have to live here. You can come from Timbuktu, take a seat there, sign the paper or whatever it is, and you have the right to speak. So, acting city manager, now that Captain Phillips saying it maybe for the first time, that the order citation can be changed. I would hope that it change. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, sir.
Sydney, would you like to provide any comments? Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
I'd like to make, just for clarity, no citation was issued, it was a trespass warning that was issued. So at no point did he receive a citation, he was issued a trespass warning regarding the matter.
So could you tell us what's the difference between a citation and a trespass warrant?
Madam Vice Mayor, let me just comment, because I think, again, what you're, this is would be helpful for the commission as well. A trespass warning can be given by the person who has some level of authority, and you will recall pretty much everywhere you go now, and let's just use our neighborhood Publix or the next day, they have trespassing signs, but those warnings can be given by a manager who is responsible for the property, and they can be given to prevent people from doing whatever folks may do that is going to cause a disturbance. That is similar to the trespass warning that Mr. Richmond was given in this case. It was given by Ms. Stubbs, who was a authorized agent for the city relative to the city's property. So it's not that different, but because it was given by Ms. Stubbs in her capacity as the city manager, I think what I'm hearing from Captain Phillips is that trespass warning could be lifted pretty much as if, again, if you go to the Publix or to the 7-Eleven and you conduct yourself like you're supposed to, the manager can say, okay, it's okay to come here, come within the premises now. And that's essentially, I think, is what I'm hearing from Captain Phillips, that if the city commission or, and if you want to give the direction to the acting city manager, you certainly can by consensus give her a signal that you believe the incident, if you will, may have dissipated. And Captain Phillips, I don't have anything to say on that, but that would be one of the considerations. But if the commission wants to, by consensus, give a nod to the acting city manager that warning, then you very well can do that, and she, in her capacity as the manager, can make that call. But that call could be made not only by the city manager, it could be made by the mayor, the official capacity with authority for directing the city's property and safety.
Vice Mayor, thank you, Mr. Van Holloway. I think the ultimate goal and the request of Madam Vice Mayor is to have the restraining order lifted. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam.
Your colleagues,
Honestly, because of the nature of what this individual's been through, I can't support that because I don't have enough information. I would like more information on the history of him as an employee. He just got, I don't know. I feel bad because I don't know what happened, and 100% the information I was given was he went on a battery charge, domestic violence, it sounds like, and then a threat was made after. So I understand it's at his house. I understand. Thank you. I understand it's at his house. And again, what I'm saying is, I don't know enough of this individual. You all sound like you know him more than me. I don't know him enough to say yes to that and then something happens. That's my opinion. So I don't know. So I don't have a vote on this. There's 4 of the commissioners. You guys, if it's whatever you all want to do, I'm okay with that, but I don't have a vote on this.
You do have a vote, it's your right to exercise or not exercise.
It's a workshop.
Mayor, I'm sorry, point of information, that would take her in, Commissioner. This is not a vote, this is a
Thank you.
consensus discussion.
I don't have a dog in this fight.
Thank you. Commissioner
We're lifting. I have a consensus on lifting the,
Training order.
there's training order.
Not the request has.
So here's my thing, you can give someone a trespass into not come into a public space?
Yes.
Captain Phillips.
The issue isn't, it's in a public space, there was a perceived threat. That's what it was, a perceived threat. The issue isn't the fact that he can't come to a public space. Tressa was the city manager at the time and an agent for the city, so she's the authorizing body who said, she called us and we issued him a trespass warning to stay away from here. Because of the perceived threats. Tell your boss, I'm coming for her. Some people may not perceive that as a threat, others do. We live in a day and age where there's nothing that's clear cut. There are a lot of different interpretations of what people say. That's what happened at that time. And again, the trespass warning was authorized by her at that time. If you guys would like to rescind it, that's your call. I don't have the authority to do it and I cannot vote it out. However, if you would like to rescind it, that's your call.
And Madam Mayor and Commissioners,
Ready, go.
to the question, I want to be clear. The manager, based on circumstances, certainly has the authority to issue a trespass warning on this property to protect life, property, and persons. Now, again, it does depend on the circumstances, and again, we've heard a little bit about the circumstances here. I don't want there to be any confusion that with the right circumstances, can someone be prevented from coming onto Lauderdale Lakes property? Yes.
Madam Mayor.
So should you, Madam Mayor?
Just a moment.
Thank you. My question to Captain Phillips. My understanding is the former city manager made that complaint, that request in her official capacity as city manager on behalf of the city. So, correct. So my question is, did she at the time have the option to make that a personal thing just for her as an individual person? Was that an option for her at that time?
I can't speak to her thought process at that time. However, I think that the events that led up to it that particular night led to her making that decision.
No, Madam Mayor. My question is, did she have the option to do it and follow it as an individual? Is that an option? Was that an option for her at that time?
It could have been.
It could have been? I didn't hear him. Sorry.
Yes, it could have been. She could have filed a restraining order personally. However, she was working in her capacity at the city.
She wasn't over here. So now I changed my stance. I think if she's in danger and she's no longer here, she can file it personally. So why don't we go ahead and lift it for the city? Nobody here is in danger. Just go ahead and just lift it. She could have filed. She still has a chance to file that personally if she feels better.
Yeah, I would go ahead and list that because she's no longer here, so the danger. Huh?
He wasn't there on
Oh, yes, you said that, Ron felt some kind of way and Glenda?
Yes.
Huh? So my question, I need for something, so if someone comes here and like a resident and they threaten me, sending me, can I put that on? I didn't know. Can I put an order that they do not come in the chain?
Captain Phillips.
No, I wanted to know, I know.
I think in that capacity, you should consult with the city attorney for advice.
So did
If you call us and ask us to get a trespass warning and it's a capacity while you're working in your official capacity, it will be the same thing as what the city manager and Trustee Brown does.
Okay, I just wanted to clear it. Okay, understood. So I think we should just, as I said, well, now he's saying that there's 2 other people that are here. So does Ron feel that he's in danger?
At the time it occurred, he thanked me for having to be escorted out. It's him along with 2 other employees.
So if Ron feel like he's in danger, why can he go ahead and file a restraining order?
Chooses to, that's his fault.
Again, same thing for my dear friend Ron and anybody else. If they feel in danger, they can personally file these things. Is that correct, Captain Phillips?
They can file a personal restraining order.
Yes, sir. So I don't want to do the politics thing or whatever. I'm not in favor of people being in danger, but since that's how it works, I think we should lift it. The person who's on here as a victim is Tressa Stubbs, and she no longer works here. Glenda was someone who contributed to the narrative, to the story about what happened. I understand that part. She spoke with him and she relayed what was heard. I'm not saying it's not a credible threat. To the Vice Mayor's point, he could have meant anything by coming for her. Listen, once it's up for interpretation, I would proceed as a threat too. But my thing is that she's no longer here, and there's no immediate person in danger, and she still has the luxury of filing a restraining order as an individual. It's not too late for that. I know what she's gonna say. It's up to us. Yep.
It's your call. It's not my call.
Gotcha.
It's your call.
I say go ahead. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I say go ahead. Yeah, the order.
If you don't like to lift it, we can have a deputy come out tomorrow. They can do an official report and have it lifted. That's fine.
I also think that it shouldn't be limited. I think if there are employees who are feeling threats still, then they do have the option that you just provided.
Right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. Item number 5 and 4. 5N, discussion regarding outstanding liens for Oriole Plaza. Sponsored by Vice Mayor.
I'm putting that.
Okay, thank you.
Smile on Massage's face. God bless. God bless.
Item 6, hold on. Item 6, reports.
There are no positions for Madam Mayor.
Hold on.
Oh, Ms. Paul, I did not see you. This is from the, prior. That, this is, yes, ma'am.
Precedent has been established. Just really quickly. First, I would like to add, I don't understand what just happened because if there was no affidavit signed, what is being lifted? What was the consensus to be lifted if there was nothing in place? But I won't belabor that point. I'll just leave everyone to think about it. Secondly, former Vice Mayor Mark Spence asked me to ask a question, and that's why I'm sitting on. He would like to know, are you all, in regards to 5E, are you all going to establish a community board for hiring the city manager? can you ask?
Thank you so much.
And, another question, just to put it out there, the MOU for JAG, I thought I heard finance say that this was our first time getting it. And I was pretty sure that we had done it already. I'm almost sure we had an MOU on JAG prior, maybe about 2 years ago. Third and last is 5G. In the amount of the park for the 249,804. If there are unforeseen issues, to come back to the commissioner, I wanted to know where's the backup addendum for the specs, because I believe again that I heard finance say that they had anticipated additional funding for issues that may come up. And for the elevator,
Item number, Ms. Hall?
item number H, 5H, that $300,000 that was funded, wasn't that, I just wanted to know, I believe it was funded in like 22 or 23. I specifically remember a meeting where we received that funding. And I'm not gonna belabor it because Commissioner, most recent Commissioner Harris mentioned it already about the fact that if we got the funding in so many years ago, I just felt that it was callous in the time frame that we brought the now action to the commission. That was it. But to go back to my first situation, that concerns me. I just would like for the commission to know or to have BSO outline what constitutes a threat. Because we do have people in this city, in public in general, who can be petty or just contentious for whatever reason. Also, there needs to be some sort of proof. Everyone knows when you go to file a restraining order, you have to have proof that the person bothered you. Or, right, but the option of him or her having an option to file a restraining order. That is very, very important what we're doing, because we have to maintain that this is the public's house. Each of you were elected for the public good. And I'll go so far as to say this: if a resident can't come here that pays taxes, that contributes to the bottom line, then it's better if we don't have the people who take away from the bottom line so that the resident can come to City Hall in the city in which they live. I find that to be a huge problem. Now, I'll also go as far as to say I think this matter should not have necessarily been dealt with here in front of all of us. I think this should have been hashed out behind closed doors, because I do believe that we owe it to our residents as well as staff, as well as contractual employees, that as the captain of the police force, there's a certain level of respect that has to be afforded to him. Also, I believe that both parties, meaning the DAS as one combined group, as well as Captain Phillips, in the future, that we would take a lower ground and a ground of putting the public first in making sure that we resolve and come to a resolution for issues that of that nature behind closed doors. I feel a bit embarrassed. Here, and I wish he would have handled it behind closed doors. I thank you all.
Good night. Thank you so much.